This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to glean and have such an ulterior motive to put me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
now these people are in very high positions, yeah?
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 333.
Whoa!
Sus number.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
Is that a sus number? I guess it's half of
333.
666.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
33.
It's a cult
Mason.
adjacent.
I guess, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Right. Three is an important number.
Yeah. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And today, that's right, we're episode 333. And I guess, we have some... Yeah, I guess we have a suitably maddening topic, if you define it broadly enough, in the dark occult arts of mind war and geopolitique.
We can't plan a blockbuster episode for every significant number, so you're just gonna have to bear with us.
As much as we would like to.
The 333 episode is just checking in, doing a little bit of we had done some episodes about the Iran situation, so we thought, let's check back in. It's been a little while since we did that, and see how things are evolving, because there's been some interesting developments. I feel like, recently the quote unquote ceasefire has been under consideration. We've seen some interesting statements from the U.S. side. I thought, it might be good to kind of look back over the last little while and see, what the lay of the land is.
Right. It's been such a weird year where we've had these 6-week cycles of something totally dominating and earth-shattering, and then it sort of settles in to be like the new normal, and then the next shiny thing happens. I think we're now at an equal length. We're 50 days or so out from the beginning of the quote-unquote ceasefire, after 49 days, I think, of active combat between the U.S. and Israel versus Iran. And
sorry.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, this is gonna sound like kind of like a brain dead, conspiraslop take, but I almost feel like there's so much data now on how internet news cycles work, and it just news cycles in general, but particularly on social media, where most people now get their news from, even if people get their news from cable news still, or from newspapers. A lot of this stuff is in some way beholden to social media discourses, because all those people are as part of their jobs massively online, and then what they consider to be important is shaped by those sort of algorithmic cycles. I feel like they must have people who have analyzed all of that and can predict. I mean, again, this might just be kind of a non-critically paranoid sort of magical thinking type take, but I almost feel like there is some kind of consideration of kind of manipulating information cycles in terms of the way that these geopolitical decisions are made. Sometimes it just happens organically, and sometimes it just sort of is naturally the case that this is going to disrupt whatever going on. But I almost feel insofar that these things are planned, which to some extent they are, and that's not up for debate. I do feel that might be in some way a factor. For instance, I'm thinking of the release of the Epstein files, around when it happened. I feel it wasn't a coincidence that they even if it's just a matter of making it over the holidays, but then then immediately abducting Maduro or something like that, right? That they plan that we're waiting for the right time to do the operation. We release this, and then we do this huge like earth-shaking thing that's gonna kind of split attention,
Right.
and distract from this. I feel like there is like some aspect of that, even in terms of like managing like individual operations, right? Like they do it based on, you know, like, and they plant like trivial things that are ultimately meaningless but still fascinating to people. You know,
Remember
at
when
key
Nancy
times, I feel like.
Guthrie's mom got kidnapped? Whatever happened to that? But that for like 2 weeks, that took like cable news, like that segment of the news watching audience, like got totally sucked in. Even a lot of the social media people got sucked in to the drama around that for like the first week or two. Wasn't that right before the conflict with Iran popped off? That was right.
May have been, yeah.
Yeah, even
I almost have forgotten Nancy Guthrie's mother's
of course,
abduction.
yeah. See, like these little things just pop up and then like dissipate immediately. Or I think something that was happening around the beginning of the conflict as well that was like getting a lot of play in the right wing press was the scientists like turning up dead that allegedly had something to do with aliens,
right, yeah,
or like honestly,
just the whole like UFO.gov thing.
Yeah,
nonsense.
Yeah, which I feel like since the ceasefire, there's been they've tried to roll out a few things to like distract people, and jangle the keys. The UFO thing has been one such thing that they've kind of. I mean, I kind of glanced through some of those files on UFO.gov and.
Yeah,
I did
as well, and they were like, it was a nothing burger.
It was a nothing
nothing
burger,
like
folks.
really significant, but I can see how like you definitely have to spend time like looking through them. They're presented in a way that's like, oh, like maybe there's something here. Like I mean, I guess if you're keeping an open mind, which I'm not, I have a closed mind until I really, the mind needs to be like pried open. It needs to be very compelling in order to be open to the possibility that there's going to be like a persuasive or probative information on UFO.gov. But
not really
for many, they might actually take time, looking through that stuff to discuss it or to assess it. And yeah, it just like totally like muddies the waters. And yeah, like it's also like has to do with like the aviation space and everything, like the kind of landscape. It does like mystify like the entire like geopolitical world if you actually are going to be lending credence as like it is kind of a strange, bizarre thing that like they like are kind of encouraging people, like even with the domain name. Sorry, I'm just kind of spitballing here, but like the domain name, like or not spitballing, just kind of riffing, but like the like aliens.gov, right, where they're kind of like stoking the idea that like there's aliens out there, which is like not something that like there's been like a little bit of cuteness, like obviously there's been secrecy and stuff like that, around the topic for different reasons, but like and like the Mirage Men type stuff on a clandestine level, but like on a kind of a massive opinion engineering scale, it is like a kind of a somewhat unprecedented thing for the government to be like, oh, like aliens, everybody, look, aliens, and like making it like like drawing people to this stupid thing.
Didn't Trump post an AI photo of him like walking across a runway with like an alien in handcuffs like next to him or something?
Like that's exactly the type of thing. And even like the Jesus picture and stuff, like I wouldn't put it like I wouldn't consider it impossible that there's like someone who's a consultant who's like, this is like a part of a strategy that will like allow you to like manage the information space more easily and like diffuse like negative attention and like diminish people's ability to see like what's really going on and to like construct a coherent narrative about all the evil things that you're doing. I think there must, like the same way there's people out there who are like, oh, wear green to court, like because that's a soothing color or something, right? Or whatever, like like what to wear to their court appearances, like the image consultants and stuff like that. There's definitely people out there like that,
There have to be, especially with this big slot machine that they have running. Everything from Truth Social to all of like the Rumble type networks to the absolute bot farm that is X these days. Like just the right wing slopified bot farm that it has mostly become, and since all the libs went over to Blue Sky, they've kind of abandoned it. It sort of accelerated this process of, it's created a lib echo chamber, which I actually haven't checked up on in a while. And then, ironically, I feel like some of the old heads who are a little more little more hardcore in their politics are still on Twitter, but they're like fighting it out with all these like, you know, brain fried like Nazi race science type accounts that get boosted by Elon. And it's hard to tell what kind of effect that actually has on actually convincing people, or if it's more of just a quantitative like flooding the space strategy of just drowning like every platform in so much
flood
slop.
the zone strategy primarily, you know. I think it's just like to lead people down like as many like divergent and meaningless paths as possible,
right?
And to like stop people from focusing on any one thing, and if like, you know, ideally to capture their focus with something meaningless, right?
It's kind of like a little, like let 1,000 little QAnons bloom.
Well, here's an example of something we were just talking about before we started recording that might be sorry to interrupt you, but you know, that might be, I think, an example of this, which is like the kind of like the prosecution, the state prosecution of like leftist streamers, not us, but like those, you know, who went on like the Freedom Caravan or whatever to Cuba.
A few months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that is another example of something that's meant to like kind of just like create a bunch of like nonsense discourse in like among people who like care and talk about politics, and get people kind of like pontificating and like erming around about Cuba, like in a way that is like not to do with the fact that like Cuba is currently like being like systematically starved, and like under like, you know, people are under threat of like blackouts, and just like not having the amenities that, not even amenities, like the necessities of life, and like, you know, there's kind of a looming threat of like U.S. invasion or like kinetic operation, but instead we're like talking about like, oh, like what hotel did so and so stay at? You know?
We're getting sucked into para discourse about the streamers instead of the actual thing, you know, itself. Which, you know, I guess presumably it was. It was the Trump administration via like leaking out to Fox News that they were sending out subpoenas to Medea Benjamin and some other streamers who were like on that trip, and people connected with those activist groups. But I mean, it's like even that activist thing was like, you know, I mean, fair enough, but it was like a PR like adventure to like raise awareness about the situation in Cuba, which is like, you know, that's fine. And it's also like the core of like what's happening now is unfortunately, I mean, I think for one, it kind of slams the door even further on just kind of intimidating Americans to like not go to Cuba, though there probably aren't that many going right now, and discourage giving any kind of aid to them as they're being economically strangled. And, you know, maybe also to whip up some of their supporters to show, you know, classic red hunting operation, you know, kicking that into gear through the Treasury Department or whatever, you know, Trump persecuting his people in the media that, you know, criticize him. I could see the Trump administration people being like down to the. It's funny though that to think that like it's hard for me to think that they think that even matters, because they seem really like determined to overthrow Cuba, you know, and like they don't care what like liberals or much less like leftists, you know, think. Maybe they just see it as a bonus, as like we could almost bait, you know, maybe we can engineer a situation where we can like prosecute some of these further left, these Antifa, America hating types or whatever. I think there's also that there's a, quote unquote like supposed investigations into the like far left influence networks and like who's funding them now, that I think you know, in this case, you know, they kind of cut their teeth on like Soros discourse kind of stuff before, but now they might have some new targets, and which again is kind of I don't know the ultimate gain even for them, because the left is it's kind of backed into a corner still.
I think, like, first of all, like, it doesn't only affect the left, because it also affects the right, because it affects what the right-wing streamers talk about, because like anti-war sentiment does exist like on the right as well.
That's true.
You know, and like these people are going to be talking about like, oh, you know, like it stokes those streamer rivalries, you know, and like it's like, oh, you know, like I want this, like rather than having like solidarity like against like, you know, the war, which like is actually possible. among like extreme right wing and relatively far left streamers, which like, of course those people are unctuous, but like it is like a politically valuable thing to have that consensus, right? This
Yeah.
like kind of disrupts that consensus because it creates this kind of thing of like, oh, I mean, I was thinking
That's
like
a very good point, actually. Yeah.
we're
yeah.
we're kind of backsliding to an era, where like we've talked about this many times. I mean, even the fact that we're talking about this right now almost attests to this fact because we kind of are going, into a world where like I almost feel like streamers are like your, it's almost like going back to like the pre-colonial period where like you get all your news about the world from like what the like the Sultan's like sponsored sheikh said at the masjid on Friday, like everyone is like plugging into like their one kind of like streamer to like convey like the news and information. I mean, on one level it's not so different from like 60 Minutes, but it's also like it is different in some ways. Like something like Joe Rogan kind of for many people I think does have like the function that like maybe a 60 Minutes would have had in a different era. And of course that show still exists, but I mean now it's like literally state media, but like whatever,
Owned, run by Barry Weiss, but
exactly. But
yeah.
so I mean there's not too much of a difference between these things, but yeah, like the point is that like a lot of people like are plugged into these kind of like charismatic like streamer personalities, and streamers like and podcasters and whatever like care about podcasting and streaming, so like we're the ones who, and like this is like proof of it right now because like we're talking about, and like hopefully we're doing it in a meta way where you can see like what's going on here, but the very fact that like it entices like streamers and broadcasters of various kinds to talk about it, it pulls people away from like talking about like the actual invasion of Cuba, looming invasion of Cuba, potential invasion of Cuba.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Because like there are people with relatively like very big audiences. Like I think that I don't know anything about this guy, but like that Benny Johnson guy, I've seen. He's one example of somebody that I think made a big stink about this alleged subpoena thing. Somebody in the chat said we should emphasize that I don't think any of those people have confirmed being served with subpoenas yet, but there's like rumor. It's very fuzzy. It almost seems like maybe it was leaked before they were actually going to do it. Some people did like a victory lap and were like, Fox News sucks at journalism. Like, they're not going to send, there were no subpoenas after all. But like, I'm not so sure with this administration, unfortunately. Like they might actually do that shit. Whether it amounts to anything, I don't know. But like, you are, just by the rumor of it, you had all these like big, kind of like right-wing, big like influencers, like YouTube streamers and stuff, getting into it. And then because it's about streamers that they don't like, that are like they're polarized against, in the market space, then it all becomes about, I've even seen some far left streamers almost like show off some schadenfreude just because it's like a streamer that they think is like a pig and like sus, and
right.
like so they're kind of like, get them, throw them in jail. We are not doing that. We're standing in a principled above meta position here and saying it's very bad to persecute anybody that goes to Cuba, to help out the Cuban people. That said, making it the drama about like the streamers and then which like you're right, necessarily like involves the streamer economy all talking about it, which then dominates the discourse, which then that's what trickles down to like most people that are watching this stuff, so that it becomes like a proxy battle about, do you think so and so is like too much of an America hater or blah blah blah, right. And it just all this bullshit.
Or like, but if they're fed, like you said they were fed, like explain.
There's gonna be a lot of that. There's gonna be a lot of that.
Speaking, figuratively,
spiritually,
exactly.
Fed.
We call someone a piece of shit doesn't mean they're literally feces, like. Come on, guys. It's kind of it's like the Death to America thing. It's like they said Death to America and they want to kill everybody. It's down with everybody.
But that is a good point though, given the mood right now in the way that the Iran war does seem to be, from the polls I've seen, that kind of only like MAGA Republican boomers seem to support it, and everybody else in the country, even within like more on the right, on the conservative side, is not super down with this endless war situation with Iran. And the popularity of Israel has plummeted among everybody basically like under 50, and that's even like bipartisan. That's not just like liberals or people on the left. So clearly there's tides. We talked a couple episodes back about like looking at people like Tucker or Candace Owens, making points like anti-Zionist, like using anti-Zionist talking points now. And then this, like, again, this debate about streamers, like kind of getting into it of like, should we reject that? Should we tell them to fuck off because they're sus? Or like, should we make a partnership with them? And I feel like even that is like too simplistic of like just a choice. Like, do you go out of your way to like push away anybody from that, like maybe from that bigger audience that is sort of turned on, that agrees with these like anti-Zionist points, or do you alienate all of them by being like Tucker CIA, which is like, we've talked about that many times.
I mean, part of it,
or this is this all part of some pro wrestling thing? Like you can't trust these people, which generally I agree with.
The thing about pro wrestling is like, it's kind of like you're the one who rules the world, but like they don't actually rule the world. They don't actually do anything. They're just like entertain. They just like wrestle, and they don't even like, obviously it's really dangerous, and they get hurt, and like it's a real
in
athletic
wrestling,
feat, and it's like I'm not saying that it's not impressive to be a wrestler, but like it's there's sort of an illusion of something very substantive happening that isn't happening. I think we can say, like, especially in the sort of plot lines, right? And like so it's like kind of like, are these just curated plot lines that are being fed to us by the Vince McMahons of the world, right? When like really, like for instance, you say like, oh, the debate over like, should we partner with them? What is the partnership that is being discussed, right? Like Skullbong in the chat says, most streamers don't risk going to Cuba. They usually don't do anything except talk. I mean, that is like, Skullbong, often leaving some kind of adversarial comments, but in this case, I think fair enough, because like that's the thing. Like, what is the actual like partnership being proposed? In what way? Like, because like if like someone is like a Nazi or whatever, like there are circumstances like life or death situations, or if we're like on a boat together in the ocean and like we both have to row to shore or something, or we both have to like like that, like that's the thing, like are there going to like there need to be like specifics about like what the nature of this partnership is and with whom. But like it's all like this very abstract thing where people are kind of imagining themselves as like the general field marshal when really they're just kind of like sitting here talking about like an imaginary scenario.
Right. And I guess, I mean, to the extent, if I had to guess what the partnership hypothetically would be, it would be something like Tucker runs for president in 2028 on an anti-Israel platform, and we are going to stream and support him or something like that. Like,
right, exactly.
Like that would be the extent of the partnership.
To persuade our listeners to vote for him. Yeah, right.
We would sort of like donate our persuasive capital and our like persuasive labor towards defending like a political run or something like that from like one of these people, which even that's like a step above. Everyone's just right now a streamer technically. Like, Tucker doesn't have like political power. I mean, he has an audience,
probably some political influence.
Right. He has influence.
He's like a very connected person.
Yeah.
He's got a huge, he's got a huge net worth. Like he's a multimillionaire. His son was working for the intern of JD Vance and stuff like that. Like he's plugged in. So
I
guess
I
would say that he doesn't have political power, but it's not like he doesn't hold political office currently.
I guess at the same time, I don't want to like demean the kind of importance of like influencers in this kind of landscape as being kind of political actors, maybe para-political actors, not even in the conspiracy sense, but in like a paramilitary. Like they're kind of political actors. Like you said that Tucker has influence. He can call up people that do have formal political power or like lots of money or own media conglomerates, whatever. Like or tech billionaires or like friends with him. That's the weird thing about being an influencer now. Like a guy like Joe Rogan. He has power, but he's like Joe Rogan at the same. Like we've all just kind of accepted
this, but it's kind of like saying it's
power.
Like, there's this weird kind of thing that like people do where they like kind of like have this sort of compartmentalization where like influencers somehow are not media. Like it's kind of like saying like, does the mass media have political impact? And then like it's ridiculous to say that it doesn't. but it like for some reason like there's this like illusion, and this really does have to do with what Variety blesses the parasocial dimension,
Yeah.
where it's like, oh, this person isn't the media, they're my friend.
Yeah.
Like this isn't media that I'm consuming, they're like my buddy.
And people would say that it's like a self-deprecating joke, but like it doesn't make it not true, right?
Well, exactly. Like, just the very fact that even if some people are like self-aware about it or whatever, or claim to be, like that dynamic like very much exists, and that's like that to me is the only explanation that is possible for the idea that like like the debate over whether like influencers like have influence.
Do they influence? Yeah.
Like, yeah.
In an appreciable way.
It's like the I mean, obviously like these things like are complex, right? Like in some respects, the media is like beholden to like other forces. For instance, Joe Rogan is an example. Like Joe Rogan, like obviously he is surrounded by like his quote unquote friends. I mean, he almost is in a parasocial relationship himself with his like, Navy SEAL handlers that like are all around him who he thinks are like his buddies.
Yeah,
exactly. But meanwhile, like his entire roster of guests is basically like curated by like the right wing political establishment,
like Peter Thiel, the Peter Thiel network,
exactly.
kind of.
So so like the like so obviously like there's like relationships here, right? But to say that Joe Rogan, like to say like for instance it's meaningless that like Joe Rogan supports Trump, like it's an incredibly popular program, to say like, and there's orders of magnitude here. Like some of these people, like I mean, for instance, like we're like truly like D- list. Like I don't even know. I feel like we really should call ourselves F list. Like we can't even say that we're D. Well, we are technically in the top 1% of podcasts on Patreon. So I don't know who else is out there, but
right.
I'd say,
well, that gets to a question of I think a lot of times when people make the mistake that like, well, influencers, they're not really like media. We don't need to be critical of them in the same way, or think of them as like having some kind of power. Like the question of scale is very important. So it's like when you hit a certain scale where you're getting more views or more listens than like CNN or like as many as the New York Times podcast, or you're making more money than everybody who works at the New York Times, like you might as well be a part of like the media establishment at that point, even if you're like a totally independent, you just have like a Substack or a Twitch channel or something like that. Like, but it's a question of scale. I mean, I think there is obviously, nobody tells us what to do, but we are lower on the totem pole. Like we're small and like niche enough, in a way we're like a Berkeley bar without the porn ads,
because like yeah. And like to say that like the government didn't try to influence the like underground press, or didn't view the underground press as like an important social force, would be like very naive, right?
Absolutely.
Like we've demonstrated that quite clearly, I think, in our discussion of that topic, right? So I think it's obviously true. And I mean, I think like I don't know, I do think that on some level like there like one has to kind of thread the needle a little bit, because like especially if this is like your livelihood, you don't want to have a livelihood where like you talk and you have like no accountability or responsibility for what you're saying. That is like a very like, oh, I have no power, I have no effect on anything, so therefore like I make a living by talking, but what I say doesn't matter. That sounds like absurd and like ridiculous and like soul destroying and like like dangerous if you actually do have influence. But on the other hand, there's kind of this what I was talking about before, this like self-aggrandizement where one is imagining oneself as like the generalissimo when really we're the leader, and like in some cases that can't entirely be blamed on the person, but it can be the audience also like has that kind of Valieta El podcast aspect where they like defer, like that's the people who like are held up. I mean, look at like like a certain person like Nick Fuentes, like people can like treat him like a leader of like that movement, such as it is, right? I'm not saying that's a good movement, but like it's not like some,
like a kid that built himself up into one of the most prominent like media figures, certainly like very much a representative of a certain constituency that exists in like American politics now, but also somebody who's like, every time on X, when you like watch a video and then it like flips and auto plays to like the next one. I don't know. Like, I wonder, I hope I'm not outing myself because of my custom algorithm here, but like I get fed clips by Fuentes clips all the time. And, I never go seek them out, but, he's got an army, he says, of like, I guess volunteers, or it's like kind of like a pyramid scheme where you let people reclip your stuff and keep you won't copyright
it's like
strike
the Andrew
it.
Tate model, I think.
It is the
It's
Andrew
same
Tate
thing
model.
this
Yeah.
time.
And it's like interesting to see how that proliferated. And now it's like a whole industry of clippers that provide this extra layer of publicity and, saturation for these often like very long streams, right? Like, I mean, we do long episodes, but we don't have the time to sit around clipping all day. Like, it's just us doing this operation. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, so that's an indication of either a certain scale where you can pay people or enlist a large enough audience to like do this kind of work for you for free, or for maybe they're going to collect a little money from, monetizing it, or assistance from a funder, from like an institution. This is a little far afield from like war commentary, but I think we brought up like all those stories about like the Chaotic Good company that came out, and like including like the band Geese and other things like that.
Yeah.
It was a really interesting, in some ways like depressing discourse to watch, because, I mean, I think the articles themselves were like pretty good, and they pointed out an interesting dynamic, like an important one to understand about the modern internet, like popularity economy, that like, oh, that band you thought you stumbled upon on like a Spotify playlist or on YouTube, or like mentioned in a like just a random tweet or something like that. Like, there was a company like systematically making like hundreds or thousands of fake bot accounts that were meant to look like real people, that were farming like fake organic engagement around, like the classic thing would be like a clip of like a concert clip of some band like Geese or something, and like a bunch of comments be like, oh my God, like, why is nobody talking about this band? Like, I saw them. And I guess the owners of it have like, they talked before the heat got too big on them. They kind of casually talked about like how they kind of manufacture these experiences that feel like organic discovery, so that your bond with like this band or this album or whatever, or this streamer, feel like so much more real, because you think you stumbled upon it in this kind of the way you would like stumble on like a CD at a record store, an old record at a store, and then you would kind of like not really know what it is, and then you found it and it feels special because like you stumbled on it, but it's all orchestrated. And the depressing part was a lot of people's reaction to that was like, like, who cares? Like, duh. Which honestly, that could have been the same company doing damage control, of like 100 random comments about like nothing burger. It's called, so you caught them doing marketing, like, lame.
Well,
like, this isn't a story.
Like that whole editorial itself I almost felt that couldn't have been them, because I felt like the story was advertising for them. Because like, if you're like in a band, like the first thing you're gonna do is like call up those people and be like, hey, can you make us famous like Geese or whatever? Not that I was aware that Geese was famous. That article both served to familiarize me with Chaotic Good, and also taught me that Geese exists, because I had not heard of them prior to that. So
I mean, I had through a couple profiles that have been put out of them, and like tweets and stuff, and some discourse and like Substacks and things, which, everybody who had been clued into them felt like this wave of vindication, because they were like, why did everybody start fucking talking about this band? Like, they were like, they're saving the Gen Z band that's saving rock and roll. And like, there's just the hype wave that blew up. And, I mean, their music it's not like, oh, it like completely sucks and it's like not good at all. Like, I can get why people would like it. I think also there was from seemingly like uncompensated, unrelated kind of sources from all over the place, there was this like hype machine that was built up that on the one hand, like, it looked organic at first glance, but felt like some kind of industry plant, like PR push was like turbocharging it at the very least. And then it kind of came out that like, oh, I guess in this case, like they really were at least turbocharging it. Maybe they didn't create it like whole cloth. And then they did take they had a list of their clients on their website, and I think they took down the names of like everybody they represented after these articles came out. So now, like, maybe that did drive some business to them, but nobody wants to be known as hiring this company, because then you'll open yourself up to charges of being like an industry plant or, fake in some way. But I think, a similar type of thing, like, can happen with like political streamers to some extent as well, where like certain ones will get, I mean, like I get it, like Nick Fuentes has a kind of like Alex Jones, like his own type of like Alex Jones like charisma as a just like monologuer and commentator.
He has the quality that is always like held up. In fact, I don't listen to the critics. I'm not here for the critics, but one of the criticisms of our show, I think, is that we're not funny enough. We're not out here doing bits.
Chuckles per minute is not always.
I mean, I think we like occasionally a humorous thing will bubble up organically in the way that it does in a normal conversation, but we're not here like writing little skits and. Like people didn't like that, they're like, well, what's going on? Where are the jokes for my commute, etc. And I, so Nick Fuentes definitely like he like tells jokes, he does like a little bits. I mean, I did actually see like an interesting clip of Nick Fuentes where he was talking about Hassan Piker. And he was like, inveighing against him and saying like, this guy is our enemy. He was like upset because like Sneeko defended Hassan or something.
Yeah.
And,
God.
He was saying like, no, this person ultimately is our enemy. He's I think it's interesting though, because like underneath it did seem to be like a desire that like Hassan like have a conversation with him, and like what really he seemed to be angry about was that like Hassan wouldn't, help him like reach new audiences and stuff, but he was saying like, this guy's a leftist, and like he ultimately like he won't, like name the Jew or whatever, like all this stuff, right? But I do think that there is something beyond what you're saying about how like obviously like the people are clip farming, people are promulgating these clips aggressively to try to like get this engagement, but on the other hand I do think like there is like something about like the like that like that kind of like like simplistic sort of narrative, like the idea of like, I mean, it's the heaviness thing, it's the face game, which is like a running theme in like our whole discussion of the Berkeley Barb and Ramparts and all into the whole SLA event, right? Which is like, how heavy are you, right? And it's not just like leftists who could participate in this with each other, it's also like a broader cultural discourse, right? And like in like if like the left appears weak because they won't like be as like hardcore and like be like basically, which like equates in this world to racism, I mean, it does show like how far we've fallen from even the days of the SLA, where like it was like almost how militantly anti-racist can you be?
Yeah.
Where now it's like we're kind of like, oh, we need to compete in the arena of racism with the right wing, and we're losing, which is like
not saying the word Zog is like not saying the word Peeg. Like
exactly.
It's kind of a thing like
anyone
that.
Anyone who won't say Zieg,
but that is a kind of thing. It's like challenging the left to be, why aren't you heavy? Like why aren't you being heavier? And then within the left itself, that there's that discourse where, I mean, it's an annoying thing.
And I mean, like, you don't want to be, like, you just don't want to be out there, like, I mean, again, I think my point is fully vindicated that we're still talking about this, but anyway, like, like, you just don't want to be out there being the one who's like, well, like, come on, guys, like, be nice, like, let's not, like, do, let's moderate our language, because it's just, like, compared to someone who is, like, offering, like, obviously the wrong solutions, obviously, completely like wrong-headed, like racist solutions, but to say like, oh, we need to do this, we need, like, that person is like offering a vision, whereas if your vision is just like, let's get heckin' healthcare and like stop it, like, you're like, what about like people's feelings, that is not like like compelling, like it's not, and it's also like not. Yeah, very much.
I feel
so,
like some of the, like the strategy to sort of circumvent that trap, with maybe people like Hassan has been to have that kind of we just need heckin' healthcare, but also be like, shut up, bitch. Like, you know, use like abusive kind of Channer juvenile male kind of taunting, aggressive language, like you're fucking, you know, R slur. They got to use that R slur.
Yes, they love to do
not
it.
us. We're not doing it. It's lame, but you know, like that type of thing of like talking, being a dirtbag, like kind of using vulgarity and like aggressive, abusive, synonym game type like language when you're doing political discourse. I mean, even didn't the Democrats just tweet yesterday, like Stephen Miller, like "shut up, you fat, ugly, fat fuck" or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
And
like,
you know, people are like, ooh, you know, like oh, crazy, they're really going up. But I feel like the contradiction there is using that kind of heavy online kind of language that it's like a Channer would respect, but still saying like we got to get together and vote for like Graham Plattner and like support AOC. Like, okay, you know, that's the frustrating thing for me. These people are simultaneously getting like harassed by the Treasury Department and all these like right wing streamers for being communist agents of like the CCP that are sowing hatred of America left and right, and then they're telling us to vote for like the Obergruppen for like Plattner from Hotchkiss School, who had like a fucking SS tattoo and bragged about like how much he loved killing people. Like, and we have to vote for him because like he, even though his brother-in-law is like a lifelong Zionist operative who he's like best friends with, allegedly he's super anti-Israel as of like 10 minutes ago, and we should just trust him. And like, and so then, you know, like supposedly the most heavy seeming streamer who's constantly described in Fox News as being like virulent anti-American, like blah, 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 is actually like a milquetoast, like DSA
literally he's operating
demsog.
on the level of like his most famous like crazy thing was the exact thing that Bill Maher said. Like,
which
that's
is what?
Literally, America deserved 9/11.
Oh, right. Which is itself
you know,
that's.
Bill Maher said we had it coming, and Hassan said the exact same thing.
It's
and, like,
almost
somehow, you know,
It's almost on the level of
literally the
Bernadine
exact same
Doran
thing.
saying like, "I'm happy they killed those pigs," like you know, like about the Manson family. It's like you're misunderstanding what actually you're like misinterpreting what actually happened there, and like in a way to make a heavy leftist point, you're like ignoring any kind of.
I don't even think it is a heavy point because like I don't even think that like, you know, like maybe it's like shocking to some or like some can play it up as being shocking, but I almost feel like it is like a very banal observation. Like, you know, only like they are like being you know, like unreasonable and like their reaction to that, I feel like, because it is like, it really, he's just like, yeah, like you're saying, he's just saying there was blowback, you know, like we were imprudent in our actions and there was blowback, you know, and
that's not a radical point.
Like he's saying that America does like, you know,
using
deserved it, or
the D
it was
word.
our desserts. Yeah, exactly. I guess deserves is a certain valence, but anyway, like I think,
like the implied being it was good that it happened because we did something the U.S. did something to deserve it, which is like, you know, not necessarily it's like but like in the abstract, but like it ignores the particularities of like what 9/11, who did 9/11 specifically, and like the extent to which it was allowed to happen, like the deep yearning from the building of the towers themselves being so ugly that people wanted them to be knocked down, to the Bush family and like the Saudis, like and the Zionists, like it's just, you know, like you throw all that out the window by being like, America deserved it, and you piss off like even kind of like normies who are, you know, shouldn't be pissed off, pissed off about it.
Like,
but
what does this fool even talk about? But anyway, again, trying to bring this down to something that I think is like more concrete and like actually based on, because like honestly, I really don't know too much about, like I don't really listen to any of these programs, so I can't like really say like maybe he's doing something of value, at certain points.
We're not starting
like,
a streamer
as I understand
war.
It, they play video games, but like, you know, which is, you know, I play video games from time to time. You know, so it's a, you know, a fun hobby, but I think, you know, you gotta, I don't know. Like, I think this is the thing, like, it has to, like, what is the sort of concrete, like, proposal, like, at stake here, you know, because I do feel like we need to, and maybe, you know, this is a segue into, like, you know, actually discussing world events, because I feel like we need to be able to, like, update our adapt our analysis to, like, the events as they unfold, and not, like, be kind of, because that is kind of the thing of, like, I think some people in the chat were gesturing to this, like, if we don't like process information and then like interpret the information, or we like see the ability to do that, right, and we're like kind of deferring to like the experts, like like I am not smarter than Robert Mueller, I am not smarter than like, but if I listen I will be smarter than, like, if we're if we're doing that, we're asking like these people to interpret events, like we are going to end up saying something like the same like aircraft carrier theory of Israel that like is like this warmed over thing from 30 years ago that like doesn't necessarily correspond with like present realities, in all respects, right? Not to say that like this situation isn't complicated, but it's kind of like if we're just sort of like out there sort of making sure like being very careful about what tail wags which dog, to avoid the specter of anti-Semitism, which like obviously anti-Semitism is wrong, however like on some level like the cat's out of the bag, and like it's not really the fault of
critics of Israel.
Like, it's exactly, like it's
it's not it just isn't. I mean I wouldn't have wanted the Groyper mania to be blowing up the way it is, but like we didn't do that. It was like Israel and the U.S. did that, like through their actions.
It's because of like the weaponization of the anti-Semitism discourse, and like the sort of leaning on the taboo of anti-Semitism to absolve atrocities. When people perceive that, like they're going to immediately lose any sort of respect or observance of this taboo. Or this,
and it was always there, but it was cranked to a almost just unbearable, unignorable degree after October 7th, where you had even a lot of like institutional liberals kind of coming out and saying like you're not allowed to protest what's going on in Gaza, or else you're like a Nazi, and like they're saying this to like left-wing protesters, or whatever, and like at a certain point people are going to just be like fuck off, like but of course you don't want the kind of crude Zog theories that were in kind of that term was invented by like an American neo-Nazi, I believe, originally, to sort of totally take over the sort of political discourse around like what to do about it. I think, and also like with Cuba, it was an interesting point you brought up about, sure, there are probably still like boomers and Miami Cubans that just hate Cuba and want nothing more than to see the communist government overthrown, as they had, because they remember the Bay of Pigs and how scary it was. But I think most like younger Americans, even like conservative Americans, are not necessarily like on board with another military adventure to like take over and occupy Cuba, like overthrow its government and like occupy it. Kind of seems like, wait, what? Like it's just not very believable at all that they pose any kind of threat. I mean, we know really why they're doing it, but like even to the normie kind of American, like the messaging isn't coming through very clearly as to like why are they dangerous, like to us. Like they don't have nuclear weapons, like they've been there for 70 years, like they're not, they have a government that disagrees with us, but we also like choke them out and blockade them. Like it just seems, so you almost do have to come up with some other like distracting thing of like all the streamers you hate like love Cuba, so like we need to stick it to them or something like that, to get people a little whipped up, because it seems insane to
it is easier to sell to that audience, to that like side of the political aisle, like muscular actions, like things like the Venezuela thing. I don't think that there was much like criticism of that. Like Tucker was like a rare exception. He was like talking about how like, I don't know, they hate Satanism there. I think that sounds pretty good. He did
have a few comments like that. And I don't know. I haven't.
Has the lowest rate of abortions in the world. That's very interesting. Like that. Like, but that's the only example of that I can think of. But like, generally, I remember people kind of like cheer, and I think like the people are kind of on board with it. I think that the Israel issue kind of does change the calculus on Iran in some way, because they see it as being like, which is not untrue. Like, I think, it's basically like all the people who are like kind of sort of saying, and like, we like waited to see like how it would pan out. We entertained like different ideas, including this one. We considered the strengths of all of them, right? As the situation was evolving and clarifying. Like, but the idea that like kind of Israel sort of like dragged America into this war, like that is, I think, more true than false. I
Yeah.
think it does seem to be kind of like more true than false, and I think like increasingly acknowledged. Like that Netanyahu came in, gave like some stupid presentation, making it out to be like this really easy thing, and even and somehow this this notion was raised like they're gonna go in anyway.
Yeah.
So like I think it's
According to some people, I forget if it was like Ben Rhodes or something, they claimed that Netanyahu has done this to like the last 4 presidents, and everybody turned, even the first Trump administration maybe, and was turned down every time when he'd come with this crazy plan about how like we need to take out Iran right now, but like this time was different.
Yeah, with like a slideshow of Reza Pahlavi, like come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was always like their big dream, their Hail Mary, big ask that they thought maybe one day. But they have engineered a situation where it's like a combination of this sort of MAGA movement the second time, mixed with the like Silicon Valley fascists, mixed with the evangelical Christian Zionists, mixed with like a blackmailed crime family like the Trumps, who are intermarried with the Kushner Zionist crime family, wanting to like giving them all kind of sweet deals. And I don't think that's like the end all be all of it, but they're definitely cleaning up on everything from, I don't know. They see dollar signs in their eyes from the Greater Israel Project and the destruction of Iran, and even like betting on shit on like Polymarket, like doing insider trading. One of the commandos got arrested on the Maduro raid for betting on when Maduro was going to be overthrown, and made like several $100,000 and then got caught. So I think that's going on at a higher level, and people aren't getting caught for that. But maybe it's just like the perfect storm of conditions, and maybe the insecurity that the overall U.S. national security structure is feeling right now about everything, China and the rise of China, the like resilience of Russia after the several years of the Ukraine war. I don't know. They might have just wanted to get Russia kind of locked up in this grinding, like endless war, but maybe they also like underestimated. They thought Russia would really fuck up, and then like Putin would get overthrown. Maybe that might have actually been more the Democrats, like the Victoria Nuland type people in the Biden administration.
Yeah,
that was their big gamble.
Really, yeah.
And then letting Israel do like the genocide, like for because it was convenient, kind of, to let them do that towards like their larger goals. But now we're at a weird point also, like when we're talking about aggression against Cuba, renewed aggression against Iran, where we've been in a stalemate now for 50 days. The Strait of Hormuz has been blockaded, and I don't know if have you noticed any economic effects where you're living?
I don't really I don't have a car,
Okay.
so I haven't like noticed it, as acutely as maybe people who drive. I imagine in LA, like it's very,
yeah. Well, California has got the most expensive gas for a few different reasons, much more than the rest of the country, and I think it's probably gone up about $1.40 since the war started. So most gas stations are either, $6 is like the low end now per gallon, and goes up to like $6.50, $7, if you're near a freeway or something like that. So I know, and I think the last tanker of Middle Eastern oil arrived in Long Beach maybe a couple of weeks ago, and that's like the last tank. I mean, I think that left around the time the conflict was starting and then arrived. So there's a delay going on, right? I mean, I can't say I noticed like grocery prices. They're certainly not going down. I can tell you that. But it does seem like, I keep reading that there's going to be a delayed shock, but like this is the biggest oil disruption in modern history.
Yeah.
Bigger than, there might be some like qualifying factors about that, about how maybe the use of oil is more efficient now than it was in the 70s, or blah, blah, blah. But like, nonetheless, like, it's the biggest supply disruption to oil, bigger than the Iranian Revolution, bigger than the OPEC embargo of the early 70s, the invasion of Libya, the invasion of Iraq, like, etc. Like, this is the biggest one ever, and it's going to affect everything from fertilizers to jet fuel. I guess RIP Spirit Airlines. That's one thing that it might have gone down anyways, but certainly this is like the last nail in the coffin. The jet fuel prices,
right? Yeah,
flying is not cheap right now. I think there has been certain gas rationing measures rolled out in Slovenia, at least, and maybe a couple other EU countries.
One of the huge effects in terms of like the international scene is like the UAE just left OPEC,
right?
Like, obviously
right.
trying to like release themselves from those obligations so they can align more with the US. Which. Inshallah, like, this could be probably. I'm really hoping that, like, this drives a further wedge between Saudi and the UAE and the US. Like, I mean, like, obviously, like, I don't like the royals. Like, I despise them, but like, I'm just hoping that like the vicissitudes of events can possibly push them into like a relatively productive direction vis-a-vis the UAE and the United States, which is not totally off the table. I mean, with Israel, like the way that Israel's like rhetoric is like escalating against Turkey, like as soon as like they were literally before Iran, they were like, once we defeat Iran, we're going to pivot to Turkey. Before, obviously this is an ongoing engagement. Iran is not defeated by any means, but like almost immediately they were like, we're going to go, so I think, obviously I feel like Turkey probably see the writing on the wall. And I imagine, kind of like it's bizarre how like kind of like when people would be like, oh, when after the fall of Syria, the fall of Assad, like people were like, oh, the Sunni axis, it's gonna happen, and I was like, oh, this is Sunni cope, like people like this is like his fantasy, and like I get it, it's appealing because like people want like to like have some kind of resistance to Israel, but like it is weird how like this like attack on Iran of all things, which you'd think would almost like unite them, and Iran's attacks on the Gulf somehow has almost like pushed that closer to happening again. I still think it's a bit cope, but like as materialized that more than I imagined that it would, especially with like this growing rift between Saudi and the UAE, which hopefully widens, inshallah widens, but.
One of the things that happened in the last few days, which sounded pretty bizarre at first glance, one of many bizarre pronouncements that Trump has made in the last week as he squirms and tries to find a way like out of this trap that he's walked into, is he asked like every country in the region to join the Abraham Accords, including Iran.
I want to read this because it's insane.
Right,
I want to like read this whole thing. I actually like I sent this like to the Muslim group chat, because I thought this was like so unbelievable. So I think I can bring it up right now. Like it was. I mean, I'm sure people have seen it, but I just want to like put this into the record because it really was like totally off the wall.
You mean Trump's Truth Social
post? his demand that all countries, I think was his wording, right? Like he was kind of saying like all countries have to join the Abraham Accords. Okay, yeah, I think here it is. All right, he said, negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran are proceeding nicely! Exclamation point. It will only be a great deal for all or no deal at all. Back to the battlefront and shooting, but bigger and stronger than ever before. And nobody wants that. During my discussions on Saturday with President Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and the United Arab Emirates, Emir Tamim bin Hamad, and he gave his full, name, Al Thani, Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim bin Jabr Al Thani, and Minister Ali Al Thawadi of Qatar, Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir Ahmed Shah of Pakistan, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey, President Abdel Fattah Al Sisi of Egypt, King Abdullah II of Jordan, and King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa of Bahrain. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries, at a minimum, simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Those countries discussed are Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, already a member, Qatar, Pakistan. That's not my editorializing. He actually put that in there. Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, and Bahrain, already a member. It may be possible that one or two have a reason for not doing so, and that will be accepted, but most should be ready, willing, and able to make this settlement with Iran a far more capital H historic, capital E event than it would otherwise be. The Abraham Accords have proven to be, for the countries involved, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, and Kazakhstan, a financial, economic, and social boom. I mean, it's too bad that one of those countries is literally like sponsoring a genocide in another one of them, but I wish they could work that out in the
UAE and
Accords.
Sudan, right?
Yeah, yes. In like seeing a huge escalation recently, like amidst all of this. But anyway, a financial, economic, and social boom, even during this time of conflict and war, with the current members never even suggesting leaving or taking so much as even a pause. The reason for this is that the Abraham Accords have been great for them and will be even better for everybody and bring true power, strength, and peace to the Middle East for the first time in 5,000 years. What? It will be a document respected like no other that has ever been signed anywhere in the world. Its level of importance and prestige will be unparalleled. It should start with the immediate signing by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and everybody else should follow suit. If they don't, they should not be a part of this capital D deal. I'm wanting to go through this and look at all the capital letters and see if a message.
Yeah, QAnon messages in there.
Yeah, in that it shows bad intention. In speaking to numerous of the capital G great capital L leaders mentioned above, they would be honored as soon as our document capital D is signed to have the Islamic Republic of Iran as part of the Abraham Accords. Wow, now that would be something special. This will be the most important deal that any of these great but always in conflict countries will ever sign. Nothing in the past or in the future will surpass it. Therefore, I am mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords. I love the phrase mandatorily requesting. That's a great one. That's like a, not to live out here, but that's an amazing Trumpism.
Yeah, mandatorily requesting.
Yeah. I am, immediately sign the Abraham, and that if Iran signs this agreement with me as President of the United States of America, it would be an honor to have them also be a part of this unparalleled world coalition. The Middle East would be united, powerful, and economically strong, like perhaps no other area anywhere in the world. By copy of this truth, which I guess is the social name for tweet, but it's all in caps. I am asking my representatives to begin and successfully complete the process of signing these countries into the already historic Abraham Accords. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America.
Oh, God. What day was that?
That was recently. It was May 25th.
3 days ago.
3 days ago.
Since then, the U.S. and Iran have bombed each other several times.
Yes.
Right? And also Trump has casually...
None of those countries are all those countries have laughed at the idea of joining the Abraham Accords because they've obviously been deeply destructive to peace, actually.
Right.
And have pulled the region into chaos. So why,
They barely cleared out the rubble of all the U.S. military bases in all those countries, and they're talking about signing a pact of fealty with Israel. It's ridiculous. And on top of that, what was I going to say about? Oh yeah, I think it was just yesterday. He casually, in his weird cabinet meeting, where all the cabinet members were like, "Mr. President, everyone's telling me how much you're the greatest president of all time," or whatever shit. He just casually mentioned that he was going to bomb Oman. Also,
why?
Who's been an ally. I think something to do with the Strait of Hormuz management, because I believe Iran offered. In their kind of deal that they put out there, or really just declaration of what they were going to do, they, said we're going to co-administer the strait with Oman, and then Oman is going to receive some of the toll that we charge for, ships to go through. So I think Oman is in a position of they were the
mediator early on.
Yeah, it's not a terrible deal probably from their perspective, but also they don't want to piss off the U.S., so they're trying to stay in the middle and just kind of stay out of it. But Trump's I may just have to bomb them. I'm sorry, it's just gonna have to happen. I'm just gonna have to bomb you. And I think they blew up I think Iran maybe sent some drones, and then they were shot out of the sky, and then the U.S. struck like a radar complex on Bandar Abbas. It's not back to full on shooting, but there has been a resumption of tit for tat strikes, right? I think there was a missile launched at Kuwait, which was intercepted from Iran.
Yeah.
And, Iran is showing no sign. I think just this morning, the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, said something along the lines of we're not our position is our position. We're not giving up our nuclear enrichment. We're not giving up control over the state of Hormuz, et cetera. Despite Trump kind of saying every other day, like a deal is just around the corner, or Rubio
which
going
he's been
out.
saying literally since it started. He's been saying that the deal's right around the corner.
Obnoxious, like the Groundhog Day effect of him just lying and bullshitting every single day for like a month and a half. I mean, I'm glad people aren't dying and being blown up by Patriot missiles or whatever, but like at the same time, it's kind of like I think people did start to. Like everyone knows it's still going on, but you almost can't like pay attention to just the same like cycle every day of like Iran is just like staying the same, because in a way all they have to do is outlast this period and they win, right? It's either one author, compared it to like, a football match, a soccer match where, or just any kind of sport where you're up by a lot and then you just focus on like guarding your own goal the rest of the game and not doing much, and just preventing the other team from scoring. That's kind of the position that Iran is in right now. Like they don't have to do that much. There's been reports this week. I do think, who is that author we read from, that blog, which I rather enjoy, Indica by Indrajit Samarajiva, the Sri Lankan, like Canadian blogger. He wrote some good articles about the paradigm shift that, it seems pretty apparent right now. We already talked about that, about how Iran has prepared for a totally different type of warfare so every time Trump says that like we destroyed their air force and their navy, it's like they don't have an air force because they've built something else. They have an aerospace force that uses drones and hypersonic missiles that in missile cities that are impenetrable even to nuclear weapons. And apparently, according to reports of the last couple days, they have repaired like the vast majority of their missile sites and missile cities and the entrance and exits and stuff that were bombed during the first phase of this. They're almost all, like 90% of them are like completely back online, and they're fully stocked with missiles and Shahed drones and everything else. They can absolutely go right back to what they were doing before. And the U.S., besides blowing up little girls' schools and assassinating political leaders like the mafia, can't really do much else about it, right? And meanwhile, they're exposed, all their assets in this region, whether the bases or the aircraft carriers and the ships, any planes, and even the F-35 that flies into Iranian airspace, they've demonstrated they can shoot that shit down. We did have, a shoot down of a behind enemy line situation with some pilots and perhaps a false like commando mission that was, you can't even get
the movie about that in a couple of years.
Like we can't even get a good Eagle Claw like fiasco story out of it because they just cover it up and make up some bullshit, but it seems like they had another disastrous, failed commando attack just like they had in 1980. And but they just like pretend it didn't happen now. But he's really, what cards does he have to play? Even like we said, the nuking, like as horrible as that would be.
Yeah, that's what's so baffling about like this. Like it is like he is like operating on like homunculus level. Like he is just like indwelt by some kind of like shaitan because he like. To be like in the worst like negotiating position that like the U.S. has been in since 1979 and be like, you know what, like I'm gonna need you to sign on to the Abraham Accords. Like, in fact, I'm gonna need every like country in the entire Muslim world to sign on to it, or like at a minimum everyone involved in this negotiation. Like what?
Like I'm just waiting because I know it has to be coming of this orange motherfucker is going to smack into a brick wall of reality and like the bullshitting not to live out, but like, goddamn, like this he's talking shit. He's like Wile E. Coyote running off the cliff and he's like still running and like hasn't looked and he like won't look down because then he's going to drop, like there has to be a moment when the oil shock really hits the United States, when all the supply shock of jet fuel, fertilizer, food crisis around the world, you're already seeing the stirrings of like political, maybe part of it is stoked, by the actions of the Trump administration, right? But like in South America, there's some things heating up. Right.
Yeah.
And then, there's going to be more acute shortages of fuel and things like that in Asia, right? That get more of their oil from through the Strait of Hormuz. And meanwhile, I think I haven't checked in granularly enough, but I think, even the Russia-Ukraine war is getting very hot again and like disrupted. We're going into the summertime, and there's a lot of crazy, a lot of Russian oil facilities and refineries have been blown up by Ukrainian drones because they've become quite the able users of drone technology as well, right? And so all this shit, also Trump is threatening to cancel like a bunch of NATO contributions. Like we're not going to contribute like submarines anymore to NATO. He seems to be doing some kind of brinkmanship of like, you guys got to pay up way more. We're just going to fucking take our toys and go home and like leave you. Which again, it's always been kind of the odd duck out of like, he really seems to hate NATO, or he wants to like discipline NATO in some way. Like maybe he does want Europe to become much more like overtly militarized and, quote unquote, take responsibility for their own defense. I just like NATO is such an asset to the U.S. empire, to the white empire, that it boggles the mind that you would just want to like, they're stupid Europeans. We don't care about them. Like, what are you, 5? Like, if you're an imperialist,
it might be the Alex Karp type of thing of like, like he wants them to be like militarized,
he wants to take the chains off Germany.
Yeah, exactly. Like
that
NATO,
might be. It's the only thing that makes sense. Is like making Germany the new like chieftain, the general field marshal of like the European front of the White Empire again, and letting them really go for it, and then subjugating all the other EU countries basically to their. Maybe they'll create like an EU army like that. That was even talked about in the early 90s. Which freaked out the U.S. back then because they wanted NATO to expand. And because they controlled it, right? And use it to further subdue Russia and take over all the former communist countries,
right.
whatever.
Well, the other thing, like, Japan is another example, right? Like think about Alice Karp's reasoning of like how that strengthens China, right? To have the U.S. responsible for the defense of Japan, right? For like the Japanese military, like it's non-existent.
That
right?
was
like,
a point in his manifesto: was both
Yeah.
Germany and Japan should be remilitarized. And allowed to rearm.
So
great.
Like you can kind of see like the vision there.
I think so, and they must still have some kind of level of like leverage over the EU and European countries. Maybe it comes from maybe it does come from a little bit elsewhere, where it's like financial or economic. Now that they've cut off all the cheap energy from Russia, maybe now energy is going to be like the leverage point more than it was in the past with the EU countries. And so they figure that, well, we can sort of puppet master them from afar just by like, controlling energy prices, like gatekeeping energy to them, because their economy will die if, they don't get oil from us. And they'll get in line, right? Like they'll follow orders, whatever. And then, we can simultaneously let them kind of take over their own military operations. And I don't know. I mean, maybe the thing with NATO, here's a thought. This has popped into my head, but the Article 5 thing, traditionally was seen kind of as like a strength of NATO, and something that protected the United States. That because if the Soviets ever launched a ground invasion of any NATO member in Europe, then that would trigger, everybody, including the U.S., would have to respond to it, right? Maybe that's more of like an impediment than a benefit nowadays. Because, the U.S. has demonstrated it will respond if it feels like it to all kinds of things that are none of its business. And, if there's a situation where it like feels that it should come to the aid of Europe, maybe. But maybe if they want the EU army to fight its own war, which is like broadly in line with U.S. interests, but they don't want to have the responsibility to have to get into it themselves, whether it's because of, I don't know, fear of nuclear or whatever, or they want to do wars elsewhere and just like make Europe like take on the kind of Ukrainify all of the EU into becoming like our asset that's going to get shredded in like a war. But like it's not, because Ukraine's a kind of perfect like test study of that, because they're not in NATO. They didn't trip an Article 5 requirement. It was just something that everyone felt like they had to stand up to Putler. And so it was all on this informal level. Maybe some of the planners in like the US now are thinking, what if we did that with all of Europe? And they're still going to be tied to us and like dependent on us, but we don't have to, because obviously that would be like a world war. Like that would be, but if it's just a European war, you know, that's like, oh, Russia, Putler, he's blah, blah, blah. And like, you know, you see these like, even these liberal like EU politicians getting very frothy about Russia is like the existential threat to European civilization and they need to be crushed, like blah blah blah. Like they're almost gearing up to like this kind of revival of like World War II kind of shit of like, we need to kill the Ruski and destroy his country.
I mean, I could see there being a school of thought. I mean, I think that like, you know, there are those who like Joe Biden, I think, you know, he didn't like come up ex nihilo with the idea of like, you know, NATO is the greatest alliance, you know, that has ever existed. You know, it's the greatest thing that humanity has ever created, all this stuff, you know, like his like rhapsodizing about the importance of NATO. Like there are those like still believe that. And I think like probably in terms of like, you know, responsible imperial management, like that side like might be more correct. I think that like there probably are those who think that like, you know, they'll still be beholden to us. And like they'll be like kind of like a wood chipper that anyone has to like walk through, you know, if they want to like expand into Europe, and like, but we won't have to help them. They can just help themselves, right? But I think like, you know, the sort of like diplomatic cooling between like the US and Europe, like even though like obviously we're the superpower, like we have as Trump would say, we hold all the cards, like it might not always be the case, you know, it might not always strictly be the case, right? Like smaller countries can throw their weight around, as we've seen, right? So you know, they do have some leverage, especially like, so I think that if like the special relationship between the US and you know, Europe like goes away, I think that it's kind of like you know, I think there's kind of this idea that like, oh, this isn't doing anything for us, and like we can get all the advantages without any of the obligations. But I'm not quite sure if that's true. I think that, you know, it like from a like an American imperialism perspective, I feel like it might be, and I hope that it is a tactical error.
I could see them thinking that maybe some of these like cold advisors around Trump that. Because I feel like, you know, if we're talking about in a kind of like broadly defined like Yankee cowboy kind of split within like the ruling class, where you have like the Atlanticist Eastern establishment that Biden's team was definitely like emblematic of, you know, that valued NATO and blah blah blah. Like they always had this like idea of, you know, we have to be like bosom buddies with Europe and be like partners with them. And we have to sometimes like we have to win over the Europeans because, you know, they're different than us in some ways, and like, you know, we have to kind of like flatter them and like tell them how cool they are, like, you know. And then the Cowboys, like that faction, that much more like rooted in the defense, you know, military industrial complex kind of thing, you know, always they're the ones that like really wanted like the land war in Southeast Asia, and their kind of general attitude was like, fuck Europe. Like, who cares about Europe? Like, fuck those Europeans. Like, you know, like they're already, and I think maybe part of that is to the extent that Europe is ruled by libs and sock dems, the type of people, Europe is untrustworthy and bad. To the extent that it's run by based, epic nationalists like Viktor Orban, or some other people like that,
just,
or the AfD.
It was on the way out. Now, so,
that's true. Though Orban was a tricky like case because he also had certain relationships with Russia and China, and you know, so I think that he eventually got like voted. So now there's a more like classic Atlanticist, like anti-Russia guy. So, you know, it's a little complicated in some of these countries, but I could see that if, you know, which. in a way, it goes back to the thinking of the segment of the ruling class. Like I think the most extant split maybe you could look at was the late 1930s, when like the America First Committee represented kind of one faction of the ruling class, and then you had FDR and the people that were kind of, oriented maybe more in his direction of, maybe we need to stand up against Nazi Germany and fight a war to, blah, 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 to protect, Europe against fascism. Maybe there's a lot of money in it and power in it, there's ulterior motives, but they thought that this was like, that's really what America should be doing. And then these people that were like, the vibe of the America First Committee, now maybe they were hiding their power levels about how much they loved Nazi Germany. Certainly some of them did. But the public-facing rhetoric was always like, Europe is like, that's Europe. Like, we have nothing. It was isolationist, right? It was like, that's not our problem. Like, we might not love everything the Nazis do, but like that what did Lindbergh's wife kind of say? Like, the great wave, like the Nazis are the scum on the crest of a great wave that is like transforming us into a new world, and like there's no stopping it. So you might as well.
Yes, exactly. We have to just like go along with it. I mourn for all the nice things about democracy, but rather than fight the tide, the inexorable tide, like we need to lean into it and ride the tiger.
Right.
You shouldn't say those things, but
something like
basically
that.
What she kind of meant. Yeah.
So what you could kind of see that kind of faction, which I think is very much like that's the vibe of the Trump administration right now. They feel more like if Europe was run by those types of people with a remilitarized Germany, maybe ruled by the AfD party or something like that, then those people, those are our people. Those are white people. Those are people with the right values. And, maybe you don't need to like have such a short leash on them, or like you could let them have their own military, because that was the feeling of like the America Firsters was like they didn't feel threatened by the Nazi military machine, because they're like, well, they're never gonna, come over and like invade us. And they just want to take over Europe and Russia. Like, like we could work with them. All we have to do is be friends with them. Like, and, so I could see maybe that type of, if there is a longer project, even going back to Steve Bannon and Epstein's little interventions in European politics, often to bring these like nationalist right-wing kind of candidates. I think the trick is that in some parts of Europe, in some parts of the EU, the nationalist right-wing scary candidate is skeptical of fighting war with Russia, and is not interested in the Atlanticist war against Russia. And then the libs, like the globo homo EU, like turbo lib SocDem type people, are the ones that want to like die on the Eastern Front and like confront Putler and like blood and soil.
Zelensky is the leader of the free world, like stuff like that.
So it's like they have to kind of syncretize these two currents in a way where you get the nationalist right wing who hates like Muslim immigrants, but also wants an apocalyptic like war of civilizations against Russia. And like that's a kind of it's like a sweet spot that I don't know how many politicians are really
from the Steve Bannon like kind of ideology though, right? Because like there's a difference between being a Russia hawk and being a China hawk,
True.
Like, and he definitely was always kind of, and that faction like does exist, I think. I mean, like Tucker, who we were talking about before, he's an example of someone like that, right? I feel like, I mean, I don't know what he's gonna act like if the sort of things in the Chinese theater start to escalate, but he generally has been like a kind of a China hawk. Yet, like recently he's always been like basically opposed to every American military action that I can remember since obviously, of course, he supported the Iraq War. Ever since basically within the Trump era, he's been generally like kind of posing as anti-war. But I don't know if like that's if that is like kind of like the sort of an idea that like, oh, we need to align with these countries against China. That's kind of was the thinking on Russia from people like Steve Bannon.
I guess you're right. There was this feeling that China is the final boss, and it's better. Kind of like it's like almost a flip of the Cold War détente strategy, where the U.S. cozied up to China in order to isolate the Soviet Union and synergize against it. Now it's like the opposite of like post-Soviet Russia could be our friend, so that we could team up and isolate China, as it rises. And I think a lot of that does come down to blocking the One Belt, One Road initiative, which we had talked about before. I think I was reading some interesting articles on naked capitalism just about over the last couple weeks about that kind of aspect of the geostrategic blocking of Chinese infrastructure projects. Let me see if I can bring it up here for people, because the maps are kind of interesting. There we go. Yeah, you can see this article is called "And Then There Was One. The Eurasian Unity Project runs out of trade route options as Washington successfully spreads chaos," by Connor Gallagher. He says, "It's much easier to sabotage rather than build something. Last month, the defense ministers from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization met in Kyrgyzstan, where China again called for fulfillment of SCO goals to deepen defense and security cooperation toward Eurasian unity. The aim remains a return to a calmer form of elite win-win neoliberalism, as opposed to U.S. Zionist dominance, that stretches from Southeast Asia to the western shores of Europe. At the moment, that looks like a pipe dream, as it's the struggle to keep even the heartland secured." So this is an interesting heartland theory. Here you see the red line here is the maximum territorial extent of the Soviet Union before 1990, and the the location of U.S. military conflict. And I guess I wonder if this is a Brzezinski theory about the great Eurasian landmass, and how you have to basically take control of the whole thing. And obviously China has a vision for it. He says, despite China's growing industrial and supply chain dominance, this SCO goal remains elusive, and patience might not be a virtue. The U.S. might not be building much of anything beyond more repressive looting mechanisms for its ruling class, but it continues to successfully thwart the idea of a Eurasia united by commerce. Let's first look at Europe and whether it's even wise to continue seeking to reason with Brussels before turning to equally elusive trade corridors in Eurasia. It says, China has been patiently waiting for years for Europe to come to its senses. Zhao Bo, a retired PLA colonel, said a couple years ago, "The competition between the two giants won't be in the global south, where the U.S. has already lost to China, while in the Indo-Pacific, few nations want to take sides. Rather, it will be in Europe, where the U.S. has most of its allies, and China is the largest trading partner." And Beijing tried to appeal to common sense among the European ruling class, repeatedly issuing statements like the following: "China treasures its relationship with the EU, always considering Europe as an indispensable trade and economic partner, blah, blah, blah." China's 1.4 billion people hope that Europe could maintain its soberness and impartiality, not to toe the political line set by the U.S. government. The EU should judge China independently. Yeah, so they're really pitching that win-win, but that was from 2 years ago. What has happened since? Italy bailed on the Belt and Road Initiative. The China and Russia-friendly government in Hungary, an important beachhead in Eastern Europe, finally fell with a less friendly one taking its place. Europe has never been more dependent on the U.S. for energy needs, and that's a particularly expensive dependence. Meanwhile, the bloc continues to shovel money into the Ukrainian bottomless pit of death and corruption in a bid to weaken Russia and pursue tougher economic restrictions against Beijing. Eurasian unity, it is not. So I mean, that is true. They're huge trade partners. Here's an interesting map: alternative routes from China to Europe that I guess are not. I guess some of these are sea routes and stuff, but this gives you an idea of how they could get around the U.S. kind of blockading them. And the U.S. has some projects of its own that seem to be in the works, through I think Armenia. There's also the Iran-China Railway, which became the first piece of the One Belt, One Road infrastructure to be militarily attacked by the U.S. or its allies. I think Israel bombed it during the war, right before the ceasefire on April 8th. Israel struck this. So you can see here, this is titled "Washington and Tel Aviv's Worst Nightmare." So look at that. You have Chabahar Port, Bandar Abbas Port in Iran, with a rail corridor going up to Tehran, From there, you could, you have another train system going to Basra in Iraq, also going to Ashgabat, Tashkent, Almaty, and Urumqi, right, in western China. So you have the kind of the Silk Road route that way. But then look here, you have up across the Caspian Sea to Astrakhan and then to Moscow. And then you have the Tehran to Istanbul, then to Sofia, Bulgaria, to Belgrade, Serbia, Budapest, Vienna, and onward. So, that's one way that they could build, a Eurasian trade network that, unless the U.S. finds some way to stop it. Let me see. What was Trump's little thing called? Oh, the TRIP. Yeah, there's something called the TRIP that I guess Trump has been working on. Let me see where it was first mentioned. I forget what it stands. The Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. This is I guess this is something Trump. I missed that he announced this. This is proposed to go through southern Armenia, and the U.S. has exclusive rights to develop it, but it's unlikely to go online anytime soon, if ever. This project helps inject chaos into the Caucasus region, much the same way Project Ukraine did across Europe, and the way Washington is trying to do in Central Asia as well, preventing Eurasian integration, or the SEO goal of stability of prosperity, is largely seen as a win in Washington. The reality of TRIP is that it is impossible for it to extend across the Caspian into Central Asia without the acquiescence of Russia and Iran, and it still wouldn't make a lot of economic sense if they let it. While with the Northern Corridor and Caspian route stifled, China has all but abandoned its plans to build a deep-water Black Sea port in Georgia. Still, China seeks reliable transport routes that bypass the Caspian Sea, enter Iran. So the route, I guess, this train that was bombed had its first delivery last year in June, and I guess it's already been repaired after Israel bombed it, and it's actually seen a lot more freight because China is shipping things to Iran by land since the ceasefire. Yeah, I guess. The U.S. blockade is motivating Beijing and Tehran to increase traffic on this train route. It is, so that's happening, and China's very focused on Central Asia. The Sino-Tajik ties enter new phase, and Turkey, meanwhile, they're the chief beneficiary of TRIP, of Trump's little plan, which will bring a direct connection to its ally Azerbaijan. If Turkey is looking for a realistic connection to the Middle Corridor, it is through Iran, and Ankara is doing that too, albeit with less fanfare. In November, Ankara and Tehran agreed to construct a new railway line that will link up with the China-Iran railway. Turkey is championing its geography spanning 2 continents as it tries to sell itself as the most indispensable on a long list of indispensable countries for Eurasian trade along the Middle Corridor. Yet, fitting for Turkey's geography, it also always appears to be playing both sides with the ultimate aim of recapturing some of that old Ottoman glory. On the one hand, it can offer China direct access to European markets through its existing customs union. On the other hand, Turkey is more integrated than ever in the Western Zionist fold, and Western capital has its meat hooks firmly into the country. So to summarize, Russian route dead, Middle Corridor through Caucasus effectively blocked, southern maritime routes face upheaval presently and uncertain futures. There was also a lot of promotion of the north-south international transport corridor between Russia and India that would run through Iran and the Caucasus. That too is on life support due to India's slide into a U.S. Zionist blood bag and the Caucasus chaos. That's, people have an eye on the Arctic fronts opening up due to climate change, which is fun. And so you do see that the goal of blocking a Eurasian trade network that extends from China to Europe does seem to be a pretty big fixation of the U.S. That's kind of nothing new. I feel like even, Dick Cheney had his designs on the trans-Afghan pipeline or whatever, there'd been designs to do this. And I mean, it even goes back to kind of the great game of there'd the middle region of Asia being, like multiple like large powers jockeying over the control of it due to the perception that, if one person got dominant control, they'd be able to kind of undermine the others, etc. So, India, Russia, China, Iran, there's a lot at stake here, it seems.
They did launch like an Operation Economic Fury, right? That was like targeting like oil revenue. That was
The US?
yeah, pretty yeah. This is an official press release today. The U.S. Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control is taking additional action against Iran's military oil sales, which is enabling the regime's ability to fund the rebuilding of its armed forces and pose continued threats to the United States and its partners in the region. Iran's military generates revenue through Iranian crude oil sales via an array of front companies to help fund its reconstitution and threaten its neighbors. The Treasury Department will continue to increase pressure on Iranian oil sales to deprive the Iranian regime and its military of the financial resources it needs to threaten U.S. allies and partners in the Middle East, said Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent. We will not allow the Iranian government to increase its oil revenue for the purpose of reconstituting its armed forces and military capabilities. Today's action is being taken pursuant to the Counterterrorism Authority Executive Order 13-224 as amended. It continues the Treasury's robust sanctions campaign targeting Iranian oil sales in support of economic fury and the President's National Security Presidential Memorandum 2, instituting a campaign of maximum economic pressure on Iran. Additionally, the U.S. Department of State's Rewards for Justice program is offering a reward of up to $15 million for information leading to the disruption of the financial mechanisms of the IRGC and its various branches. For more information, go to the RFJ website. The Treasury Department is maintaining maximum pressure on Iran and targeting the regime's ability to generate, move, and repatriate funds. Treasury is aggressively advancing economic fury and has disrupted tens of billions of dollars worth of revenue from being otherwise accessible to the Iranian regime and its proxies. This includes actions that have led to the freezing of nearly $500 million in regime-linked cryptocurrency. In addition, Treasury has cracked down on Tehran's global shadow banking networks, designated networks supplying weapons and other military components to Iran, sanctioned a corrupt Iraqi official who has facilitated the sale of oil along with Iran-backed militias operating in Iraq, taken numerous actions against Iran's terrorist proxies, and targeted the shadow fleet vessels, companies, and other entities that sustain Iran's illicit oil industry. Through the blockade, the Trump administration is directly targeting the regime's primary revenue stream. Any person or vessel facilitating the illicit trade of oil or other commodities through covert trade or financial channels risks exposure to U.S. sanctions. Treasury will continue to vigorously target both traditional sanctions evasion schemes and the exploitation of digital assets while continuing to freeze funds stolen from the Iranian people. Treasury is also prepared to take action against any foreign company supporting illicit Iranian commerce, including airlines, and as necessary, may impose secondary sanctions on foreign financial institutions that facilitate Iran's activities. Additionally, Treasury recently warned of the sanctions risk associated with complying with Iran's demands for passage to the Strait of Hormuz, such as quote-unquote toll payments, including payments made via fiat currency, digital assets, offsets, informal swaps, and other in-kind payments such as nominally charitable donations, and providing sensitive vessel information. On May 27, 2026, Treasury designated Iran's so-called Persian Gulf Strait Authority an IRGC-linked scheme to extort international shipping seeking to transit the Strait of Hormuz.
That's who's charging the tolls right now.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
Right?
Separ Energy Jahan Nama Pars Company, the oil sales arm of Iran's Armed Forces General Staff, remains a key node in Iran's crude oil and petroleum export network. Separ Energy Jahan's oil exports depend on access to the shadow fleet vessels willing to transport the military's oil. Through late 2024 and early 2025, Sapar Energy Jahan used the United Arab Emirates-based vessel chartering company Luan Bird Shipping Service to ship Iranian oil to China and pay commissions to Hong Kong-based Growth Trading Company Limited for its role in Sapar Energy Jahan crude oil shipments abroad. The sanctioned vessels Boreas, Siri, and Oix. Similarly, Hong Kong-based Damai Technology Development Limited has served as a charterer of multiple vessels carrying Iranian oil on behalf of the Iranian Armed Forces. So the Hong Kong-based Mediev Trading Company. So yeah, like a lot of Hong Kong-based companies, that like facilitate trade to China. So it seems like they are like sort of trying to squeeze China. But I've seen like a range of different takes on like how much that is going to affect China. like there's this article. I don't think I put this in the work fully, but I'll put it in now. From the South China Morning Post that it talked about like the effectiveness of this. Is from the 25th. So negotiations have advanced on a proposed 60-day ceasefire extension, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. side issuing temporary sanctions waivers that would allow Iran to sell oil freely, Axios reported on Saturday, citing a U.S. official. Any such relief would only be implemented under a financial agreement, the report added. Washington is likely to loosen its grip on China's Iranian oil imports, given that the U.S.-Iran peace talks cannot succeed without Beijing's support, said Wang Yiwei, director of the Institute of International Affairs at Renmin University. Without Beijing acting as a diplomatic backstop, a deal requiring Tehran to relinquish its nuclear leverage and reopen the strait would leave it with virtually no chips at the negotiating table, Wang said. U.S. President Donald Trump noted that he had discussed the issue with President Xi Jinping during their mid-May meeting in Beijing, and that he was currently weighing whether to ease sanctions on Chinese oil companies buying Iranian crude. I'm going to make a decision over the next few days, Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One during his return flight to the U.S. If the U.S. were to remove the restrictions on Iran, China would be expected to resume imports from the country, said Hong Zhengyi, a crude oil analyst at the commodity consultancy JLC Network Technology. China's imports of Iranian oil have fallen sharply in recent months, with deliveries in May down 25% compared with April and 38% lower than in March, according to a Monday report by the U.S. think tank Middle East Forum, citing data from commodity intelligence firm Kepler. Diversifying oil import sources is a necessary step to safeguard national energy security, especially after this U.S.-Iran conflict. China has already increased crude imports from South America and Africa, Han said. Washington launched its Economic Fury campaign in April, aiming to exert maximum pressure on entities and individuals involved with Iranian exports. The U.S. has sanctioned Chinese entities that it said were linked to the Iranian oil trade in recent weeks, including one of the country's largest private oil refiners, Hangli Petrochemical Refinery, at the end of April. Corey Combs, head of supply chain and critical minerals research at Trivium China, said in a podcast hosted by Columbia University's Center for Global Energy Policy on May 18th that Beijing could tolerate significant sanctions on shadow fleets and teapot refineries with limited exposure to the U.S. dollar. But Hangli was different, he added, given its significant reliance on the U.S. dollar in global trading. Combs warned Beijing would not hesitate to respond if Washington started sanctioning Chinese banks with similar exposure. In fact, he'd probably lose all of what Beijing has been supporting and getting Tehran to the table to discuss, he said. Not that that has solved the war at this point, but it would be a lot harder without China. So it seems like they kind of, are able to endure it, even though they are like a big importer of Iranian oil. I think like the government itself does it. It's like private refineries that like really are the biggest importers of Iranian crude.
The teapot refineries, the small
exactly.
ones. Yeah,
and like they're not like super. I think like for various reasons. I think due to the fact that it is like it's cheaper. Yeah, so so that's why it's appealing to them. But being sanctioned, it's not like perfect for the government. So and obviously for reasons like this, it's not like the most secure, the oil source to rely on. So I think like I don't know, like it's nebulous how much, at least on the oil front, obviously like chaos like throughout Central Asia, and throughout the whole region, like does like disrupt China's involvement there in other ways, like in terms of like rail infrastructure and stuff like that. Like you mentioned,
slows them down.
But it's unclear like how much. I mean, maybe they did believe that it would. But it's and obviously they are trying to apply pressure, but it's unclear like how much it actually is, hurting them,
Yeah, even the loss of Venezuelan oil, which I assume there's no longer oil going to China from Venezuela, but I mean they didn't import like that much. It was an amount, but I forget if it was 5% or something like that. Like it was an agreeable source, but like it didn't destroy them to not have it. And even the curtailment of Iranian oil, it would probably take. The real question is like how long would it take from the U.S. empire perspective to like seriously harm China that wouldn't completely destroy the Western economies first, because it's not like this. This is like kind of like a freestyle aggressive chemotherapy or something, where you risk like killing the patient, from their perspective. China being a cancer that must be stopped. Like you're gonna fry the entire world economy, and Europe, America, et cetera, and all these other countries are going to be politically destabilized. I mean, like maybe there is a kind of Joker-fied plan where they kind of want this to happen, of like bring down everybody, so that the U.S. can still be relatively like stable. I don't know. But it seems like that would be perhaps a foolish assumption if they really thought this is going to like destroy or undermine China in this like in such a way that they were going to like bow down to like U.S. demands or give up their support of Iran or any of those things. I mean, if anything, this has exposed the United States to, like, they've done the thing that like empires never want to do, which is, strike out at somebody and kind of flop and fail. And then suddenly your big, scary 20th century military doesn't look so scary because it's been frustrated by all these cheap mass-produced drones and tunnel cities underground. This is, Iran is showing that the tunnel and missile and drone approach to warfare is in, and it works. It can withstand some of the most advanced military technology that, the U.S. and its allies have. And, people like Ansar Allah in Yemen and now them are, able to really like to protect themselves quite well and bleed out, and because they're fighting an asymmetrical war, they don't have to win outright, and that's even, despite they don't have quite the same level of technology, but like Cuba as well, that's something that maybe the Trump administration might want to watch out for, is that Cuba has always had a like territorial defense force militia kind of approach to, like, if they get invaded, like they at least have that like mindset of, they know they're not going to like be able to beat the U.S. military straight up, but that's stupid, like why would you ever, and Iran realized that like building, through the sanctions in the 80s and like they built their own missile program from scratch instead of trying to catch up with advanced like fighter jets and bombers and things like that. They put all their resources into rocketry and drone technology and things of that nature, because like in an asymmetrical environment, that's where you find your advantage, so they planned for this quite well in the long term. And the U.S. kind of stumbled in its arrogance, stumbled into this, like, thinking it was 2003 shock and awe, and the whole government's going to collapse, everyone's going to go running, and blah, blah, blah. Iran, it is coming, it was kind of censored, but you see more like mainstream news sources kind of confirming now that Iran was incredibly precise in its strikes on U.S. military assets, and they rarely missed when they launched an attack against something, which both indicates they had very good intelligence and they had very good technology to target with. And so, they managed to kind of disable, for like the kind of cheapest amount, for the lowest cost possible, they managed to disable these like irreplaceable radar installations and this base infrastructure and things like that might not ever get rebuilt now. And they were playing a smart game, and Trump seems to have no way. There's no military way to defeat that. So now he's exposed the U.S. empire as being a bit of a paper tiger, or over the hill a little bit, and despite all the bluster, they can definitely make your economy scream, and they can, like with Venice,
but they've been doing that for like a long time. The U.S. has been doing that to Iran.
Like some countries have gotten fairly competent at muddling through despite all that. Like they've persisted. Even Cuba, which is being literally strangled from oil and everything else, like they still haven't collapsed, like politically. I think maybe that's what they're hoping for. I'm noticing just today there were some updates. I guess Axios had an exclusive 15 hours ago about Trump's accelerating squeeze on Cuba. And they say, according to U.S. officials they've talked to, the Trump administration is bracing for the potential collapse of Cuba's totalitarian government as early as this summer. Well, it's almost June, so that's maybe in the next month or something.
As early,
As
it
early.
could be later. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. It's interesting. Why it matters. Thank you, Axios. President Trump hasn't authorized an invasion and prefers a peaceful trend. What the fuck is Axios? What is this bullshit? He prefers a peaceful transition to a free Cuba. So the administration will keep pushing economic sanctions to try to strangle the regime in Havana. Yeah, just the regime, not all the people, in a slow motion constriction. The best way to describe it is, quote, accelerationism, one senior administration official said, referring to the philosophy of hastening societal collapse. Okay, so we got some Nick Land advisors in there, but they say, quote, but we don't want to kill off the regime just yet. There's a method to this. It's in stages. Next section, zoom in. This methodical squeezing of Cuba's communist regime is also designed to buy time for Trump, who's now engrossed in peace talks with Iran, to eventually focus on Cuba and decide how to bring about change there. Iran's not finished, and the president is not in a rush, said another senior official. Trump wants to exhaust all the levers that he can, but at this point, there aren't as many levers as before, said a third official. We have a pretty deep toolbox, especially when it comes to sanctions and enforcing them. More is on the way. I mean, they're talking shit, but, I mean, I don't know. Like, a lot of people have speculated that if, the Iran thing doesn't kick back off again, or they reach some kind of tentative ceasefire where Trump doesn't get, a big victory, he's going to turn to Cuba as, a redemption invasion to do kind of a Venezuela 2, to just knock them off nice and easy, put, Marco Rubio in charge as the new comandante, and then announce he's going to build a Trump hotel in Havana, and just then it'll be a big epic victory lap. All the Miami Cubans are just going to go crazy and love him.
Yeah.
But maybe he'll try both. He did, I think, bring the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier over to the Caribbean, so it's like in the neighborhood now. Like, it seems kind of foolish to do both, but at the same time, or another option would be like the Maduro raid, where they send in like Delta Force and Havana weapon all the guards and try to kidnap Raul Castro, who has been indicted for blowing up a plane full of like Bay of Pigs veterans disguised. I don't know if they're literally, but they were like part of those kind of CIA linked groups that were, ferocious anti-Castro Cubans who were allegedly doing humanitarian work in the 90s and got shot down for violating Cuban airspace. Allegedly, they've cooked up this indictment that Raul Castro was like standing in the air traffic control being like, shoot the missile, like kill them, or whatever. And therefore he's guilty of terrorism. Like a real, kind of like the Maduro indictment, like sounds like bullshit, or, heavily politicized bullshit. But would they try to kidnap a man who I believe is like 94 years old and like largely retired? And would it go as easily as Venezuela? I could think of a few reasons why it would not be as simple as Venezuela. A lot of that might come down to the intrigue, which is still we talked about it before recording. It's like murky there.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's like, it does seem like they're kind of cultivating, like a sort of friendly replacement. Government. That seems to be like what they're like, Marco is working behind the scenes with his, connections with, like Raul Castro's grandson. And I guess this guy is like gonna be the Delcy, not to, like we were talking before we started recording about like how to talk about Delcy, but like, gonna be the, the more compliant,
compatible,
ruler in Cuba, I guess.
Yeah, the comprador,
or some, exactly. Like, so, he's gonna usher in a more compatible regime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, one image that I think happened last week, which was kind of shocking. It didn't get like that much press, but it was kind of a historic thing. Like the CIA director, right, Radcliffe, like went to Havana and met with officials of the Cuban government, which I don't think that's ever happened. Mm-hmm. Of like the CIA director going to Cuba, but they all seemed a little mum about like what exactly was discussed. But I mean, I think the Raul Castro indictment is I don't know. That's a very provocative thing to do. To be like, you have to, regardless of any negotiation or deal we might make, where you give us some concessions, you have to hand over one of the leaders of like the revolution, for prosecution in America. Like almost as like a precondition for, making any kind of deal. And I think so far the reaction in Cuba has been like pretty hard no on that. And I do wonder if, because the Cuban Revolution had been around a lot longer than the Bolivarian Revolution and was much more fully in control of Cuba, more than Chavez and Maduro were with their government, that I don't know. I mean, the Cuban people, I've been to Cuba. Don't prosecute me. Like, I didn't do anything and stay in any hotel that was owned by the government or anything. But it's a great country. And I heard people like gripe about the government and even say things about socialism. It's also Havana, so like, people that are speaking English, maybe they're, whatever. But even people that had some gripes about like the management, like, had a lot of pride in Cuba's independence and like the historical fact of like the achievements of like the Cuban Revolution, And since Trump is so nakedly kind of coming at them with being like, come on, like, give up your sovereignty, like, stop being independent. Like, he's almost framing it in this way that is like almost you would expect it to be rejected because it's so brazen. It's not even like the kind of classic like liberal anti-communism of like, don't you guys want to have free elections and all this booming economic development. It's like he's kind of like, no, you have to submit. You should be so lucky that we forgive you for having the Cuban Revolution, but now you have to like throw all that out. And like Castro, like every picture of him is going to be torn down, and like, we're going to spit on the grave of Che Guevara and all that. Like, I don't want to just be like, leftist cope to think that like the Cuban people, like El Pueblo, is not going to they're going to be like, fuck you, and then it's going to turn into like a disaster if they try to like, I don't know, land military troops on Cuba or something. Like, I know it's different age, but the Bay of Pigs,
there's
what I'm saying?
There's something to what you're saying. I mean, I think you can see the same dynamics like in Iran.
Yeah,
like, there's a lot of
it's
people
more
like
deeply
in Iran
rooted.
who like, yeah, there's a whole spectrum of like opinion in Iran. Like, there's those who like are diehard supporters of the government, and then there are those who are like, I would love, like, they have this kind of fantasy of like how they would like for it to be replaced, but then like when they see the reality of what's being brought forward, they're like, oh wait, no,
right,
right, yeah. So I think like that that could play a role in Cuba as well. I don't like. I mean, yeah, it like it does it like really depends, because like Venezuela didn't even come to the point of like, the government like making an attempt to like defend, or the state making an attempt to defend itself from like, naked aggression and like a campaign of bombing and like, mass civilian death, and also attacks on leadership, executions of leadership, and like I feel like the blue that like I feel like they would be like they would want, I mean, I think that this on some level was what was sold to them as a possibility in Iran. Somehow like someone bought it, and like Trump bought it, and probably more than just Trump fell for it, or didn't even fall for it but pretended to, but he did, on some level. And
we almost forget the level of confidence that the Kurds are going to rise up. The
exactly,
Balochistan was going to rise up.
Recently, that was like, I am very disappointed in the Kurds, right? Yeah.
I mean, good on them. They realize this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
But
although I'm not sure if like, I mean, at least Iran is certainly attacking like Kurdish groups in Iraq still. So.
I'm not going to let them off the hook quite yet.
There's a little bit, yeah.
Just because they didn't doesn't mean they weren't like training with Israelis for the last however many fucking years. The rumors of them getting help from the Mossad go back actually like decades. It's nothing new for the Iranian basically branch of like the PKK. To be doing a little collab with Zionists.
But I do feel like Iran has like an ability to defend itself like, or at least hold out and like put up resistance. That I'm
Yeah.
not sure if like, I mean, Cuba's close to the United States mainland, but I don't know like what capability they have to like strike back in the same way.
Well, yeah, there was a kind of feverish report that Cuba had acquired like 300 to 400
yeah, exactly,
Iranian
that they would
drones.
launch.
and
I
they-
saw that too. Yeah, yeah.
They can blow up
Right.
South Beach. They're gonna blow up Margaritaville. Like, okay, like
Yeah.
but I think Cuba like kind of clapped back. It's like, no, we don't have imminent plans to
it was
like launch
Operation Northwoods.
Yeah, like
They're
launch
gonna,
drone
yeah.
terror against South Florida. Like, fuck off. Like, but I'm glad they have drones. That's good. But I think that again, because I think there's a few factors that I am speculating here, but that from the jump to Venezuela, to the quote unquote success of Venezuela, to the not so success of Iran, and now boomeranging back to look at Cuba in their sights and their estimation of like how easy it would be. I feel like there are a few factors there that would deceive them into thinking it would be just like Venezuela, but it actually might be more like Iran, but maybe a more low tech version of Iran, but still like the idea of, oh, if we lop the head off of like their quote unquote supreme dear leader, they'll all just like give up immediately. I don't know. Like,
I'm sure that like the appetite for that has like been decreased by the Iran thing, because they imagined they were just gonna go boom, 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 like on a world tour, like knocking down the mullahs,
right?
Or the
but what I think,
mullahs.
I think that that cokehead Hegseth and other people like that, and even I don't know Rubio, because Rubio's personally deeply invested in like the Miami Cuban community. He is a Miami Cuban.
Yeah.
Like he's kind of seems to be a big like point man on this operation. Though I mean, he probably knows way more about it than like Trump. I could see Trump being tricked into the idea of like, oh well, they're like all Latino, so like it'll probably be more like Maduro, where we get rid of this corrupt dictator and everyone is like, kind of like, okay,
that's exactly the type of like thinking that like you would have,
right?
Well,
but he's ignoring
here, so,
the deeper kind of the deeper roots of like the communist government and the Cuban Revolution in Cuba's society, like from top down. Like everybody goes through like military service when they're young. Like the streets at night, like where I stayed in Havana, would be patrolled by these like kind of young, they looked like teenagers. I mean, they were probably like high school to like college age, in like their red berets and like their military uniforms, and they were like unarmed, just sort of like security guards of like I forget their name. It's like like it goes back to like 1959, and like the young kind of like fighters of the revolution. It's something between full military and like young pioneer, but they just like they patrol kind of like neighborhoods like in the Malecon, and are just kind of like hanging out, posting up. But those people obviously could be like converted into a militia. Like they don't have guns, but they could. Then there's on top of that, there's probably, I don't know, like a 50,000 person like active military, but then the population is still 11 million people, and they've always had plans of like almost like a Yugoslav partisan war style, like territorial defense force type of shit, where they pass out guns and organize people in their towns or neighborhoods or whatever into like guerrilla units. They do have mountains, and they have like over 1,000 miles of coastline. It is an island, like islands are not the easiest thing to invade, right? In general.
No, they're
like,
generally not.
They're kind of like, so just in the way that Iran has mountains that make it very, very hard to penetrate, Cuba has a huge, long coastline, and they also have mountains. That's like this, like that's where Castro and Che and everybody, like the small band of, people survived and like started their slow their slow victory over like Batista was out in the mountains. And so they have historical experience. They are doctrinally like focused on that type of war, where they know they're not going to like stand out in a field and like shoot at like attack helicopters, with like they're not going to like run out and attack head on. But like once let's say the US like lands some kind of occupying force to secure, the island, that I wouldn't want that job. Like, like that opens yourself up to, even though the U.S. is right there, 90 miles away, like it's very hard to mop up everybody. And, they have protocols about like destroying records so that like when you go into the town, you don't know who like anybody is, or like how to organize anybody. And
But what are Cuba's air like? Because like the first thing I think of, again, not like a military strategist, like but like what like, I mean, Cuba. The first thing that comes to my mind is that like Cuba is like a tenth the population of Iran ish.
Yeah, it's
And
a lot
like
smaller.
probably in terms of its like surface area, I don't know if that's a proper term for geographical entity, but like in terms of its land mass, it's like even smaller.
Oh,
like
yeah,
it's
yeah.
yeah. Like 15 times smaller or something.
Smaller than Venezuela
Like,
too.
So what are their military capabilities like? Because Iran, like, they like definitely have like significant military capabilities. Again, like they might seem like insignificant compared to those of the United States, but still, like, they are regional power, or were.
Yeah, yeah. I think
they had the ability to project power.
Yeah.
to
As far as I know, the conventional military arsenal of Cuba is like of mostly Cold War vintage, and they probably have some new technologies, like maybe like radar and surveillance type technologies that they might have gotten from China. But overall, they're not, I would say, as like militarily, technologically advanced or cutting edge as Iran is. So that's a disadvantage compared, right? At the same time, like, I think, didn't Venezuela have like S-400 air defense systems that Russia gave them, which are supposed to be kind of the best, like the most cutting edge that could like shoot down incoming aircraft or whatever, but the US somehow like blinded them or disabled them. I don't know if it was through like I don't know what they did, the like mass power outages or something, but I remember hearing about that like, the air defenses never really got engaged and they didn't shoot down any of the incoming US aircraft. So I mean, I think Cuba has less than that. I don't even think they have like S-400 whatever. So I think where they do kind of excel is, again, it's like their territory. The entire population is probably going to be like largely negatively polarized by a U.S. military attack, and the loss of sovereignty, which I think seems very like a big deal to Cuban people. They had to fight hard for it, and they've endured a lot to like maintain it. And then the guerrilla warfare, like almost going back to basics. Like, okay, they're back. The gringo imperialists are back. We're gonna withdraw and like go where underground rebels go. And then how many troops do you have to send to Cuba to totally pacify it and whatever? Or I mean, I guess maybe they're thinking like, if they're, again, I don't know quite what to think of Delcy Rodriguez. It's still kind of, it's very murky. But like, let's say, if what people say about her is true, that she was like a sellout or something like that. Like, is there enough people in the Cuban government and the Cuban military that would be like, okay, all right, like we'll work with the U.S.? Or is it going to go a different way where they declare that like this is a foreign invasion of our country, and it's like the duty of every Cuban to like resist it and overthrow, to kick out the Yankee aggressor, just like in the Bay of Pigs, and we're not going to give up. And they could make things very complicated for the United States military and or civil administration, I think. Again, it's very hard to say because also they're in a tough situation where like their hospitals aren't running, they're having water shortages, like food is being spoiled because they don't have enough power to refrigerate it, all this kind of stuff, and that does beat down a population to some degree, right? Like they're hitting them on every kind of front, like disrupting their lives, and they are used to having to go through tough things and shortages of certain things, but this seems like it's been cranked up to levels that are, kind of maybe the 90s when the Soviet Union collapsed is like the closest parallel of like a very challenging, the special period, but they also got through that without the government collapsing, right? Like that was a rough, dangerous time of Cuban history, and I'm sure the U.S. did certain things like sending those little humanitarian commandos in there to do this or that. But I don't think that this strategy of this machismo of Trump almost feels like the worst possible strategy to undermine Cuba's sovereignty that you could possibly take because
Yeah, true.
historically, like everything similar to Iran of like the kind of like spitting in your face, like, yeah, I am Satan, bleh, like bow down to me. Like that's just gonna make the Ayatollah's fist hand clench into a fist. And like no, like we would rather die. Thank you. You know, like it is beautiful to, you know, to die for something rather than submit to an evil sicko empire that wants to enslave you. And the Cubans are very well, like they're all educated on a much more accurate version of history than Americans are. Like, let's not like forget that, even if they have gripes or whatever. Like,
it could definitely become like a costly like engagement that like doesn't have. I mean, honestly, like there's I think that it's possible that like the sort of stability of like Delcy's Venezuela is ultimately going to turn out to be like illusory. You know, like I think that like in fact maybe it like we don't even just talk about ultimately like how stable is the situation in Venezuela really. You know, I feel like people need to kind of like look. It's interesting because like kind of like armed opposition in like Venezuela and Colombia is sort of conflated, and like not just conflated but actually kind of does overlap with like you know drug organizations, you know,
right,
like with
right.
you know, like the drug industry. But like so it's kind of like, oh, you know, those crazy cartels are like, oh, you know, these narcos are like up to their old tricks. But like in what way does that like serve to disguise like general like political unrest, you know? Because like you know, I was just reading today that like 53 people died like in like you know, like clashes at the Venezuelan border between like two like armed groups like in Colombia, right? As their election looms, right? Let me look it up. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, exactly my verbiage. Clashes between armed groups in Colombia kill at least 52. At least 52 guerrilla fighters have been killed in clashes between two rival armed groups vying for territorial control of strategic cocaine production and trafficking region in southeast Colombia. A faction of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, involved in the fighting, has said the clashes, the most violent in recent months, took place in the jungles of the department of Guevara near the village of Barranco, Colorado. Barranco, Colorado. Pedro Sanchez, the defense minister, confirmed on social media that there had been fighting in the area, as did the army, but neither provided details of the death toll. Sanchez said troops had been deployed to the area to protect civilians. Reuters was unable to independently verify the 52 deaths reported by FARC. The fighting took place between a dissident faction of the FARC led by Nestor Gregorio Vera, better known as Ivan Mordisco, and another led by Alexander Diaz Mendoza, known as Calarca Cordoba. Interesting. They both rejected a 2016 peace agreement that allowed about 13,000 members of FARC to lay down their weapons. The guerrilla group led by Diaz Mendoza is involved in peace talks with President Gustavo Petro, but Vera's faction remains in conflict with authorities after the government suspended a bilateral ceasefire with it in 2024. Last week, the FARC's largest dissident group, the Central General Staff, announced a nationwide suspension of its military operations against the country's public forces between 20th May and 10th June. The group, however, did not announce a complete suspension of all military activity, meaning confrontations with other armed groups would not be included in its pause of operations. Rebels from the National Liberation Army, ELN, also announced a separate ceasefire ahead of the weekend's election. The armed conflict, which has lasted more than 6 decades and is financed primarily by drug trafficking and illegal mining, has left more than 450,000 people dead and millions displaced. That's from The Guardian. But
wow.
Yeah, so
there's a lot of stuff cooking right now. There's also the unrest in Bolivia, which is a big thing right now, where there's almost been like a shutdown of roadways by protesters, and there's sort of a looming economic crisis due to fuel shortages. And I guess Rodrigo Paz, the president, said just yesterday the country is at the breaking point after a month of anti-government protests that have led to 7 deaths and hundreds of arrests. Demonstrators led by unions and indigenous groups have set up roadblocks across Bolivia, causing serious shortages of basic goods and paralyzing large parts of the nation. Groups are calling for fuel subsidies to be reinstated and a rollback of austerity measures, as well as the resignation of Paz. But the U.S.-backed leader, who took office 6 months ago during an economic crisis, said anyone wanting to destroy the nation would have to deal with him and the full force of the Constitution. Yeah, I mean, I guess he had a land reform bill in April, and this this pissed off a lot of small farmers and indigenous folks there. But there's austerity, fuel shortages. Again, just like the Arab Spring in some ways was catalyzed by the great economic recession, right? The great economic crisis of like 2008, 2009, which I think trickled down, led to food and gas shortages. That's classic Tinder for social upheaval, right? When food and gas start to get messed with, which is exactly what seems to be coming down the pike right now, on like a global scale. Like, every region of the world is going to have to deal with this to some degree. And you might see ruptures happening like this, where even like, more like left-wing forces are going to rise up against like right-wing austerity people. You could see right-wing kind of government crackdowns on, people to secure their own power. You could see liberal parties like in Europe get replaced by various, either nationalists or other types. Like I think we're headed for a bit of a crazy time, and the U.S. I'm sure the U.S. has its finger in the pies of all kinds of different conflicts. I mean, that's what the national security state is for. But I don't know how many you could manage simultaneously to like manipulate to its advantage, to kind of make it all so that U.S. puppets like come out on top in every case, and then try to like conquer Cuba, try to do something with Iran at the same time, like and manage whatever Venezuela is right now, which you're right doesn't seem very stable at all. Like it's so murky. I've read a few articles like about it, and people there seem very confused about like what the fuck's even happening there.
I definitely could see like groups like the ELN or FARC, like I mean, I don't know, like I'm not like an expert in this area, but I like they definitely like have like sort of trans-regional reach, and like the ambition to like scale into other like states in an unstable situation, and so I could like I don't know like if I feel like there's been like kind of this narrative of like a completely easy, and I get like it was like where was the Air Force, like what happened, like why, how was this like obviously like as we talked about at the time, like it was like by all accounts like a humiliation for Maduro, but still like I think that the narrative of like this is a perfectly harmonious transition that went off completely without a hitch, and there's no possible negative consequences, like might be overly Pollyanna-ish, but and I mean like I think people who are in terms of considering the invasion of Cuba, which it seems like they still are considering heavily, and almost intending, like I can't imagine that the people like around that table, I mean ultimately Trump makes the decisions, which like again as I said he's obviously indwelt by Shaitan at this point, but like the like it just like, I can't imagine that like if what is going on in Iran would not affect the calculus. It seems like on some level even Trump knows that like there's no like victory situation in Iran. Like that's the whole thing with the Abraham Accords, where like he wants to declare victory and like that he's gotten something out of it by like extorting like Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, right? But he's like, oh well, if I can use this as like leverage in some way to get like like I can get Saudi through this to like sign on to the Abraham Accords, then I can declare victory. It's like that's not gonna happen. Like it just seems absurd, but he's like kind of like flailing for some kind of way to claim victory, which is like it does like sort of I mean back to the point I was making earlier about China, like I think it's kind of it is, I mean people in the chat earlier were kind of talking about like the idea this is only Israel's war is propaganda, or like are they like a quote unquote colonial outpost. I think like the idea, like obviously like, on some level like Israel is a colonial outpost, but I think that like somehow that narrative of Israel as a colonial outpost has kind of like obscured like I think it is obscure, or it's not like like clearly defined like what is meant by that. Because I almost feel like in saying that, people almost like get like pulled into the idea that Israel itself is like subjugated or colonized, or like the Israelis are our colonial subjects. Which is like very different from saying that they are colonial administrators. Like the colonized people are the Arabs. Like the colonial, Anglo-Indians are not like a lesser class. Like maybe there would be some kind of like, for instance, in the time of the British Raj, that could actually be prestigious. Maybe there are some who would be like kind of, there's a certain Anglo-Indian pride, or something like that, right? And like maybe there would be some sneering at people who grew up in India, possibly.
In the colonies.
But like I those, it varies, and like or kind of like a Creole identity like early on in the colonization of the Americas, emerging after the Hispanic conquests. But like like I think like it's kind of this like idea that like like they are like they're working for us in some way, when really, like as I said before, I feel like the only framework that makes sense, like there isn't that kind of like sort of a difference where, like, for instance, like there wasn't like intermarriage between like the Indian elite and the English elite and stuff like that, like even if like they might have participated in like administering the British colony, right? There was a big difference between an English colonial administrator and like an Indian clerk or bureaucrat, right, who was working for that same colonial administration, right? That difference doesn't exist in the case of Israel, right? It isn't observed where like there's any kind of like like there's some like these like elites and these governments are like and these militaries are deeply intertwined, right? So yeah, I do think that it is wrong to say that it is only Israel's war, but like because of that, because I think like these two entities make decisions together as a unit, as like a joint like a alliance, whose interests are, to put it in Trumpian terms, like more aligned than any that has ever existed in 10,000 years or whatever, like they operate like as like certainly like in recent history, and we've seen the bipartisan nature of this, right? Like from Biden to Trump, like two people who in terms of their self-positioning couldn't be more different, like constantly defining each other themselves against one another, right, as the two opposite poles of like possible or imaginable or conceivable politics in the United States, right? But they were basically in lockstep, and both were kind of led by or kind of had their policy on the issue of Israel determined by Israel. And by Netanyahu and by the Israeli government, and so I think like this is like an important thing to consider in terms of like what it means to think of this like in terms of like Israel's status as a colonial atlas. It's very different from like what we might see in a U.S. occupation of Cuba or something like that, right? A totally different situation.
Well, it's a little more like like Rhodesia or something like that, where you are viewing the people that are like in charge there as like white, like you. At the end of the day, like they're a part of the white empire. They're not subjugated and then like tricked into helping you the way in other colonies would happen. But
I guess there is a future for Cuba where you can see that if it's like Marco Rubio's like Miami Cuban squad like goes in, and like it like but it's that's
the
kind
thing
of
though, like those
idea.
Cubans, I feel like, again, even among people that aren't like the most diehard like super communist like whatever Cubans ever, I at least in the few encounters I had where Miami Cubans were brought up, it was always a very negative, like yo, those people are crazy, like they're insane, like they're sickos, like they're freaks, like there's something wrong with them, like they're not, and they're all the Cuban government, if you go to the Bay of Pigs Museum, they definitely highlight it. They actually they did a little DNA watching actually, and they post like the class affiliations and ownership of like the families of like all the different Bay of Pigs mercenaries, and like they owned like 8 latifundias and like a sugar company and like a railroad and like blah blah blah, and had like 500 servants, and like this person owned like a telephone company, or this is like all the fail sons of like the Cuban bourgeoisie that were and gangsters and mafia people that were sitting around in Miami getting so mad. And so they're very aware of that, I won't say the G word because I'm not Cuban, but I defend their right to say it.
Yeah, I do find it cringe when some like white leftists use that. I just feel like it's performative more than anything else, but like or theatrical.
But that feeling is pretty. It's a challenging thing to the notion that Cubans are gonna greet Marco Rubio and a bunch of South Florida, Miami, like super right-wing Miami
Cubans. More
Cubans
than anything else, like I think an even more important point, and I think this certainly applies to the Iranian diaspora, like, and I think it even applies to Pahlavi himself in a way.
Yeah.
Like, they don't want to go back.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of Iranians, like, they don't want to go live in Iran. Like, they are happy here in the United States.
And honestly,
where, like,
the Miami Cubans, they're all rich. Like, they're politically connected. Like, they're kind of a privileged class. They get to be in the media. Like, they have a good life here, So the idea that like they
At
don't.
least, like, in Cuba, it's like closer and everything, so it might be a different dynamic. But in terms of the Iranian diaspora, which has certainly some analogies that can be drawn with the Cuban diaspora in the U.S.,
like super vocal, super fascist,
it's like quite like Pahlavi himself, like he wants to like grill. He like literally he wants to like be a grill dad. He doesn't want to be Shah. Like he has like and that's good. Like he shouldn't. I think he got kind of like whatever, but I think he'll come back to reality soon, probably, and realize it's not going to happen.
Yeah, they don't even, I think, have at this point. I'm sure Batista's ancestors are running around somewhere, maybe at a chalet in Switzerland or something. But like, none of those people would be viable. I mean, Rubio kind of is like the closest to. Even though he doesn't even have real cred, if I recall correctly, as an anti-Castro dissident who had to flee the country. I think he used to lie about that and say that his parents fled after the Cuban Revolution because it was like so horrible, but they actually moved in like the late 50s, to Florida or whatever.
Ted Cruz is the same way, right? Where it was like actually Batista that tortured his family.
Yeah, I think that was he lied about it too. Well, he has to lie because his dad helped kill JFK. But allegedly, according to Trump, he seems to have forgotten that when he talked about that. But I believe Ted Cruz is up to something in the early 60s. Ted Cruz's dad was up to something in the early 60s. And might have known Lee Harvey Oswald. But but all those guys are just like, I don't think they're viewed with very much respect at all in Cuba or trusted at all. And, they do not embody the spirit of Jose Marti, whose little head statues are literally everywhere. That's the most ubiquitous thing in Cuba, which I think people should, any invaders should take note of. It's a pre-communist, like 19th century romantic that his statue is like little like pedestals with like his head are like every like corner you turn around. There's like a little Marti in the corner, and then there's like a little Marti here. It's like you walk through a park and it's like, oh, Jose Marti, like it's all over the place. And he was one of the first real like Latin American kind of revolutionary heroes. He was like a poet, and he got gunned down by some pigs and by some conchitas, and like that, and then he became. But then I think like the Cuban government kind of adapted, like took him as like almost a broadest possible symbol of like Latin American independence, like even almost like he's their like George Washington or something like that, you know what I mean? Like, or an Abraham Lincoln, like a really far back figure who wasn't even like a communist or a socialist, but had these, like liberal Enlightenment, values, and was against like Yankee imperialism. So it's like, that's what you're going to have to, that's what I think, that's a deeply held a cultural thing that has been kept alive very much and is very alive there. And so bringing in some sleazy Florida businessmen to like privatize the country and like strip it, you know. I mean, the other thing would be the darkest possibility, which I would hate to see, is, but I could see some of them kind of wanting, is to do a little anarcho-colonialism and turn it into Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought about that the other day because I'm like, you know, people always say, I think accurately, that Haiti's like never been forgiven for having the first successful slave rebellion in the New World and establishing its own country, etc. And to this day, there's almost like the European countries in America, almost like beyond just petty geopolitics, are like, no, we're gonna like make sure that they stay poor, as a lesson for every other country in the region, that these will be your eternal wages if you rise up against the gringo, you know. And then Cuba was the second, you know, time, this maybe the second most like iconic time when a Caribbean nation rose up against the gringo and won and established its own sovereignty. And they've been trying for 70 years to like get, you know, to strangle it and make it as weak as possible and not make it a role model for other Latin American countries or other third world countries. And Cuba has survived, you know, like up to a point where it almost looked like America was going to give up, and maybe Obama was going to try a different tack and, you know, open it up to investment and like loosen the blockade and allow tourism. And then, you know, you could see that being the kind of classic establishment, like, this might take 20 years, but like eventually we'll make them live out and become, you know, capitalists. Like, you know, if we just kind of like open up these avenues, send in the right little like CIA culture disruptors, and get the economic interests like penetrating and blah, 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 then maybe you could do a little color rev at some point and get some kind of reformer party member to take over, and then they liquidate the revolution, you know. But the Trump crowd has been like, very depressingly, like back to the fucking like 1960s of, like, we are obsessed with this and we want to punish Cuba, like emotion, like there's like an emotionality to it, like they must be punished and crushed and destroyed. So from that perspective, like turning it into Haiti, like basically a non-functioning state that is full of like armed gangs and, you know, like who are armed by, you know, who knows, but nonetheless have, like, you know, the breakdown of civil order, the economy, you know. It's hard to even take a plane to fly to Haiti, like from the United States these days. Like, I think you have to do some kind of an indirect flight. Like, if they could make it like that, well, then they could prove once and for all that like communism really doesn't work, and like Cuba is dead now,
right.
And like, you know, like as long as it's alive, they are pissed and they are refuted, and they don't like that, and their whole identity is built upon like, one day we're gonna take Cuba and we're gonna get it back. And then, you know, I mean, I guess, you know, like it could turn into Jamaica, Dominican Republic, like one of those countries, and have like rich resorts and then like poverty and like everybody else. I mean, you know, like Cuba has it has a lot of advantage. Even when I went and things were tough, not as tough as they are now, like you are struck by, like, you never like feel unsafe in Cuba. I'd never felt unsafe in Cuba. I mean, like, you know, despite a higher level of like poverty, like there wasn't this kind of, you know, like you felt like there are these teenagers in like crisp military uniforms. They're just like walking around with red berets on, just kind of like watching the scene. Everyone's just like chilling. Like, you know, it's like one of the safest countries in like Latin America, and they don't have like these like drug gangs, like these Contra drug gangs popping up everywhere and like doing gang violence and destabilizing things. Interesting, right? But I think they, like the Rubios of the world, would love to take that away and unleash some like fucking Liberia level, like, you know, militia violence or something, you know, send in the Brigada 2506 or whatever from the Bay of, all their fail son grandchildren, and start, you know, setting up gangs, right? Even in Gaza, right? Like there was that thing where these like shadowy gangs popped up and started like
Yeah.
stealing food from like the humanitarian sites and like shooting people, and they would
Right.
kind of like vaguely pretend to be Hamas, but like they weren't. And they were probably backed by, they were like Israel-backed gangs that were sent in there just to do a little Zodiac, a little sicko action just to stir things up and make
Yeah.
everything whatever.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like Kitson's thing, right? The hold on, what was his first name? The counterinsurgency guy, Frank Kitson.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Wait, the guy who suppressed the Mau Mau revolt. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they've studied counterinsurgency very well. That's one thing that America is still like brutal counterinsurgency is an art that the United States has refined. A lot of it in Latin America, and but I think that the front on military invasion, somebody said in the chat, well, they have a military base down there, Guantanamo Bay, but
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
it's basically like an MK Ultra torture site, so I don't. It's not a real. I did see that I think like the governor of Puerto Rico. I don't know if she's technically not a governor, but like the person in charge in Puerto Rico is like a pro-Trump politician. Said something about how like Cuba's gonna collapse this summer, and we're gonna it's going to be great. We're going to totally overthrow the government there and blah, blah, blah. I think there's a Navy base in Puerto Rico that is being like recommissioned and reopened that had been closed, I think, maybe like 20 years ago. Because Puerto Rico was a huge like naval like base during the Cold War. It was a very strategically important, place like at the edge of the Caribbean. So I guess they're remilitarizing, First Brock Pierce goes down there, and now they're remilitarizing the island. And but like Cuba, they might fuck around and find out. I just don't know. I just
Yeah.
I don't want to be wrong about, like I might be
No.
a little overly optimistic or just wish casting, but they haven't like stuck around this long by bending the knee and like capitulating to Americans. They also, the other advantage they have is they have like a really, really like robust and effective intelligence service. I think, what did we read from like relatively recently that said that like every single person that allegedly like they recruited as a spy in Cuba for like a 20-year period ended up like every single one of them was a double agent. Like,
Right, yeah,
like, and there were things in even in Miami, they have like undercover like intelligence operatives that keep an eye on what like all these like exile psychos are up to and their little ops. So like oftentimes when they do something, Cuba already knows about it. And that I think that's something that probably both on the island and even in places like Florida, like they punch way above their weight class. Like I think in terms of, they have like a proper KGB trained intelligence service that is, vigilant about these kinds of things. So I think it's not, I don't know what the comparison was to Bolivarian Venezuela, but it does appear that most of Maduro's bodyguards were Cubans. They're Cuban military guys, and they were all killed.
Right.
So I would assume that if there was a person on the inside, I don't even know if there was, but like there was a person on the inside like ratting out Maduro. It wasn't the Cubans because they killed all of them. And in fact, like Maduro seemed to have trusted the Cubans like the most, more than people from his own military or security services, which kind of maybe gives me an indication that like he couldn't fully trust them. It wasn't as locked down and disciplined and traitor free as maybe the Cuban intelligence services were. So so that's another thing that especially maybe when the U.S. was operating at its absolute peak spookery, it would be a dangerous contest. But I feel like right now, like maybe the U.S. intelligence services they're not in their most subtle era or graceful era. Like it seems like they're and with a president that kind of telegraphs his moves left and right, like,
Yeah.
they could be, and the Cubans could put up a real resistance.
Yeah, it could happen. Inshallah, I'm not sure like how it will shake out, but it's definitely conceivable. I mean, yeah, people in the chat brought up like the precedent of the Bay of Pigs, like there are definitely examples of failure to invade Cuba. So
Castro raced down there because I went to the Bay of Pigs. They have a fun museum there. Castro like raced down. That's a couple hours drive from Havana, and like jumped on top of a tank himself and started like firing at like the planes, and was the guide who was taking it said, Castro's a little bit of a crazy guy, but like, you got to hand it to him. Like, like that was what he said. He's like, Castro's a little bit of a crazy guy sometimes, but like, he was hardcore. Like he didn't flinch when the U.S. started attacking, and they were able to rout them. I mean, I guess that was the CIA old boys, right? Like they didn't provide air support, and if they had just done the epic carpet
Right,
bombing that everyone wanted, then the JFK, outlawed, then it totally would have worked. I'm not so sure of that. And in fact, another blog post from that the Indica blog was talking about how U.S. airplanes, like fighter jets, are starting to look like cavalry horses a little bit. Like outdated modes of warfare. He had a funny line where he said, in like 50 years, like our grandchildren are going to ask us, our grandchildren will like ask us what airplanes are, and we're going to tell them it's a drone with a person inside of it, and they're going to think we're insane.
I mean,
you think about it right now, like
plausible.
yeah. Even the idea of a piloted plane feels like it's kind of going out of the window.
Certainly a piloted warplane.
Yeah.
I could see like future
for safety
generations
purposes
being kind of like surprised that
yeah.
such a thing existed. I don't know if like our grandchildren necessarily like will be unfamiliar with the concept of planes. I mean, like passenger aircraft will probably be a thing still,
right.
But I could see like their use in warfare being like greatly reduced. I mean, the performance of like manned aircraft in this very asymmetric attack on Iran has not been inspiring.
Yeah, it's not so hot anymore. It used to be. It really was shock and awe for a while because everybody was playing on a 20th century playbook. Where
other than the Ghost of Kuwait.
Right. Yeah, I'm not
Ghost
gonna ironically salute the Ghost of Kuwait for their service. No, yeah, I mean, for real though, like that's what it ended up. Like your own allies, like shooting down your jets, and then like you have to have all this infrastructure, but the refueling planes are like sitting ducks, and then two of them crashed into each other. You lost a couple.
Yeah, the stealth like super plane
F-35
like was getting
got hit.
shot by and then, what did they even get shot by? Like
air defense. It was some kind of Iranian air defense. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's
like unseeable plane.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it survived and emergency landed, but the fact that it got hit was never been done before. But now here we are. Meanwhile, these little like $7,000 Shahed drones, you could send them out in a swarm, and you could either bleed your enemy financially dry or like make them use all their ammo. And then also just like send so many that they can't be fully intercepted, and you can target something very specific, and then just keep doing it because you're underneath a mountain in an underground base that can't be hit. I just hope Cuba has been paying attention. Tunnels. That's what's up, right? Like it's all about the tunnels. Like you got to go underground, and then the Air Force can't do shit against you, and then they have to send in people, right? Like there's no other. That was the impasse that Trump got to, right? He tried to bomb them into submission, didn't work, and then it was like, all right, we got all these troops here, time to. And then you look at every which way you would send troops in, it's a bloodbath, and it doesn't accomplish anything except get everybody killed. It's just a disaster. So he couldn't even do it, or even try on a large scale, and. I think. I mean, even Venezuela, they didn't mess around with like they kidnapped Maduro and his wife and left immediately. You know, like they didn't wait around to see what would happen. There's this weird thing where the political leadership seems to like acknowledge the U.S. has like a hammer hanging over them and a gun pointed at them, and it like wants them to behave a certain way. So I guess maybe Trump thinks, oh, I could like kind of occupy a country at a distance by sort of intimidating its leadership and kidnapping.
Need any troops on the. Yeah, I don't need any boots on the ground or any troops. Yeah, exactly.
I just don't. I really don't see. Like,
I mean, like, I think What is a Model made a good point earlier about like when we were talking about China, and like the kind of pass it's given to China. I do think it's a fair point that like, you know, China is like a pretty significant trade partner of Israel. You know, they don't like really. You know, I think that like kind of the looking to China again, like I don't like a support or think like U.S. aggression against China is good. However, like, you know, and they obviously are right to kind of defend themselves, and I don't demand that they do you know, lead any kind of like international left or anything like that. But the idea that they do is like incorrect, right? We shouldn't expect that they do this, right? Like they don't have an obligation to be leaders of international left or international resistance, but like there shouldn't be an expectation that they will. And like that is something that you know, it is disappointing that like China will, you know, despite being one of Cuba's like big trade partners, like, well, you can't expect that they would meaningfully defend Cuba, you know, which you like like
no,
you'd wish that they would squeeze back a little bit rather than just kind of, you know, enduring you know, their victories that, oh, you know, we've been stockpiling oil, we're switching to electric.
Yeah.
You know, like, you can't hurt us, but they don't really put the squeeze back, you know.
Well, I do recall now I think up to a point they have been helping Cuba, but up to a point. I think one thing they've been doing over like the last year is trying to convert as much of the power grid as possible to solar. And like flooding Cuba. I've seen videos of people like loading up like solar panels on pulleys, like up, you know, to the top of an apartment building. Like Cubans doing this, and so they're trying to get. I even saw little cars in Cuba, like little smart cars that had a solar panel like thing on top of it that would like power the cars, so you wouldn't need gas. And so I think on like that kind of level, I think they actually get about 10% of their domestic power now from solar, which is like a pretty for such a resource-starved country is
interesting.
Pretty good. However, they need a lot more scaling for it to replace the fact that they're not getting any oil at all. I think Cuba, they actually do produce some of their own oil, but it's only about like 40% of what the island generally needs. So they have to import 60% of it. If they could, you know, bump up the solar solar power to maybe, you know, 20% of the grid, 25, 30, they could even be a cause celeb for all the environmentalists around the world. You know, maybe they could pipe up. You know, Cuba could be a wonderful example of how you don't need oil, especially in such a sun-drenched place, you know, to run like a modern economy. And but I do feel on the same time, like, in China's probably giving certain economic assistance, maybe like food assistance, and also like technology, like radar, like all the routers I saw in 2024 in like Havana were like Huawei, like 4G Huawei routers. And so they admit, I mean, Cuban, like people in Havana were all walking around with like smartphones and like iPhones and stuff like that. And I think there's free Wi-Fi for Cuban citizens. I wasn't able to test how powerful it was because I'm not a Cuban citizen, so I couldn't sign up for it. But it does appear that like they had helped build like a Wi-Fi infrastructure around Havana. Everybody had like phone access, at least like in the big city, and you know, things of that nature. Now, would China like get militarily involved if, you know, the United States invaded Cuba? I would doubt that. Like, probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
No, but that is something, you know, that's good to like, you know, go around sanctions to, help like convert, like, it does seem like they pulled off something pretty considerable, like
No,
looking into it.
there's definitely
That's
yeah.
something.
I mean, that's a scale right there. Like going, and I think it went from 1 or 2% to like 10% in like a year. So they were putting a lot of effort, and I think they're also helping them modernize some of their refineries and their power grids and stuff, which have a lot of old, need replacement parts, things like that they can't easily get. I have to say, like, there was a distinct like Chinese presence that was detectable, whereas like the Soviet presence was like historical. Like you could see it in the Soviet Lada cars that miraculously like they're still running them even though they're like from the 70s. So you'd see a lot of cars from the Eastern Bloc, and then some of like the brutalist like Soviet architecture, things of that nature were there. But like people would tell me like El Russo, like Los Russos, like they left like in the 90s. Now a lot of them do come back as tourists to the big like Hotel Nacional. Like there were just like all kinds of Russian tourists there, because that became a popular thing way back in the Soviet day, right? That was the tropical paradise. But sometimes on like the Malecon, like the highway by the sea, you would see like police convoys going by with like vans, and like they'd be flanked, and like they'd have their sirens on, and they were like racing from like one hotel over to like the Capitol building. And you could sometimes like see it was always like Chinese men in suits were like in the car. Like there were either government representatives or businessmen or something that were being like escorted by the police to like some kind of meeting or something. I saw that happen like at least like 5 times, so I was like, oh, they're here. Also if you got on any of like the tour buses that would take you to the beaches outside of the city, they were all like brand new, nice, like Chinese buses, like, whereas a lot of the cars are some of them go back to the 50s or the 70s or whatever, but all the like the new like air conditioned nice buses are all like Chinese brands that have been brought in there. So it's something, but you do wish like they could do more. And I don't expect them to directly, just like Iran, they're not going to get involved to like shoot it out with Iran, but they're going to give Iran like satellite data and shit, and like low key maybe give them some technology and like help them. That seems to be their kind of the way they play it these days. Like, I mean, the Israel ties, like that is like I've heard enough people say it. I haven't looked into the real nitty gritty by myself, but I assume that's probably true, that they do trade with Israel. I would say a distinction though of like, just because I don't know, they trade. I think what is a model? No shade here. They said let's not pretend China is trying to cut off Israeli influence in the region. They'd gladly partner with them. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, but my sense is that they understand Israel exists right now, and they're dealing with them as a country. But like, I don't know if they're glad to part. Like,
I think it's a bit softer than that. It's kind of like I mean, you compare it with Turkey. Like, is Turkey glad to partner with Israel?
Right,
like,
right.
Do they trade with them? I mean, I guess I know Erdogan has said a million times like we're not going to trade with them anymore, but I don't think that has materialized as yet.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I think, a situation like that. Like, should they be more like aggressive? Yes, but I feel like yeah, I mean, they do have like somewhat diplomatic relations. I feel like no one like they don't like ride as hard for Israel as like the U.S. does remotely. Like they still like vote against Israel with the rest of the world. Stuff like that,
or the EU for that matter.
Yeah.
Or any of the Five Eyes countries. Like they're all, they're not. Yeah, they do like they regularly criticize like Israeli government's actions and stuff.
Yes.
They do trade with them. However, especially if Israel is viewed as an active participant in like sabotaging the One Belt One Road initiative, it would be hard for me. Like if Israel were to stop being the U.S. backed ethno state that it is and like become Palestine, I don't think the Chinese government would be like, oh no, like they would. It's just a matter of they're not going to go that far out of their way to like force that situation into being. But I think it's long been their policy that they support Palestinian rights and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I almost could see like I could see the rights issue being like secondary to like the kind of geopolitical angle to it, 'cause, like we talked about, like Israel and the U.S. like they go hand in hand, like I could, not to impugn like the moral instincts of the CCP or anything, but I certainly could see, that like the geostrategic element like maybe is paramount over the moral issue of it. For them, possibly.
Yeah.
I obviously I can't.
I mean,
can't
they
see
deal.
his heart, but
I mean, they deal with the United States too. They're deeply invested in the United States, and started doing so when we were still like the mortal enemies of the Soviet
exactly.
Union
I mean, it's kind
and
of like
all
saying,
other third world
like,
liberation movements. And
oh, totally.
you
Yeah.
know.
I mean, like, and yeah. I mean, in fact, like you could almost there's even more impeachable things in Chinese history with respect to that. But like the yeah, like I think like for Israel's like largest East Asian trading partner to not be China would be strange almost, but like it yeah, still is like there, it's I'm just saying like this is kind of what I was trying to avoid, like not necessarily like going through and like figuring out their conduct as like a nation and like comparing it with like other countries like vis-a-vis like how strong have they been about Israel. Just like we shouldn't people shouldn't expect that people shouldn't have this like vision of China as like the international leader of the left that's always going to like show up and be there, like it. I do appreciate that they were came in to try to like give emergency aid to their ally, their close ally for many years in like a crisis, but still like I think that like for instance again the relationship isn't as close, but I mean you could make the argument that like Cuba could be an aircraft carrier for China, and the U.S. would never let a crisis like that has befallen Cuba befall Israel, you know what I mean, or any of its allies. And I think like it's one thing to kind of like in an emergency response like go in and that's good, to build their solar capacities, and like build the infrastructure and things like that. But like, the fact that like China was protecting itself against that, it could have also protected its allies, But like, I just think, my point is simply like, manage expectations. You know what I mean? That's all.
Yeah.
Not that I'm like I'm not Xi Jinping. I'm a very different type of person, very different life.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like there's no possible way for me to understand what the best course of action is in the leadership of
the world's largest
the
country.
PRC. Yeah, exactly. But
yeah.
And I understand there's a lot of factors to be weighed, but I'm just saying like from the position that I can, someone who's looking at the world like from a position like mine, I can say like manage expectations, because that's like not even something that China aspires to.
Right.
It's like lead the way of like an international coalition of like resistance or something.
Since the late 1970s and like early 1980s, like China's rather kind of publicly been mostly in a mode of like non-interference and like focusing on its own affairs and like building up economic power, and not helping every like third world liberation movement in the global south the way it had been like up until then, kind of competing with the Soviet Union to be like the number one sponsor of socialist movement, socialist revolutionary and anti-colonial movements. They kind of like backed off from that, and then they did kind of go a bit turbo capitalist, I would say, like in the fall of the Cold War, though they didn't, I don't think they ever fully submitted, abandoned their mandate entirely, but it kind of was, it felt dormant for a while. I'd say when we were like young and growing up, it was kind of like, oh, China's embracing capitalism. They're still like run by the Communist Party, but they seem to be all about business. I do think it's changed like a little. It's evolved a little bit under Xi Jinping, where it's gone a little bit back towards a kind of self-consciousness as like a socialist country. But there still is a strong kind of no direct intervention in like foreign policy situations and conflicts, like quiet support for our friends, like maybe a quiet, like influence operations like here and there, but you don't usually see them stepping up. Nor has like Xi Jinping like really stepped up to claim the mantle again of like we're gonna sponsor like every anti-U.S. thing. I mean, I think they've calculated that's not wise, and that it's like smarter from the position they're in to keep building up their strength, because you can see like almost kind of like if the whole world doesn't blow itself up, a certain inevitable trajectory of China is growing its influence, growing its economic power, prosperity, its legitimacy as like a great nation of the world that other people want to deal with, and America is like becoming like is on meth. And becoming more of like exactly. a psychotic, bloodthirsty Nazi.
That's kind of what I'm saying is like take the ideology out of it. Like we can't like I mean governments like are always like falling short of people's hopes and like dreams for these governments. But the United States is evil. Like it's just like it's like that's the thing. Like China like there's much that like they could be criticized for. I mean like. Has China like oppressed minorities? Like, sure. Has China done what we've done in Gaza? No. Is China like invading other countries like wantonly, like going around the world, like bombing girls' schools? It's not happening.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, and like it's like so it just like like if you look at like practically speaking, like it's there's and you can see why people around the world are like, oh, China is like the country that like we look to, that this country that helps us. The United States is a threat to the world,
right?
That's true of that's how many people feel, and there's like it's not something that is true for no reason. I think like in terms of like they're like so I don't have like the sort of deep I would not even come close to the deep like moral condemnation that I have for the US towards China at all, but I would also say like they don't claim nor should they be looked to as like a standard bearer of anything necessarily. I think like kind of like, and you don't really like want that so much, it's kind of like you need to kind of have I do think that like it's good to have like one's own orientation that's independent of like deferring to some kind of international leader that has no desire to. It'd be one thing if they're like, come on, like
we have
join
a plan.
Up our movement.
We all exactly.
Have to
or
like we're
activate the funding
program,
networks.
But it's kind of like this almost like this LARP. Like or something like that, so
even the thing now that connected to the kind of the Cuba trip thing is, I think there's a renewed thing with the Trump administration now to highlight the CCP influence money networks that are like basically they're obviously the way they're going to go with this is like every left-wing like streamer or podcast or news outlet or magazine or whatever is like somehow propped up with like evil CCP money, probably channeled through somebody like Neville Roy Singham. Sorry, I said his name. He's an interesting guy, interesting multimillionaire that is like a Maoist and lives in Shanghai, but is from like Detroit and funds the PSL and Left Forum. I think there's a lot of chatter that maybe they're going to try to paint him as like a conduit, but I've always thought about like these kind of these alleged Chinese like influence operations and things like that, and I'm not sure if like they're even doing that. I mean, maybe a little bit. There was just an indictment of one of the cities here in LA, Arcadia. The mayor was indicted for being a Chinese propagandist for the CCP, and I guess she had run like a website that just like refuted like claims about like Xinjiang and like other things and like clarified things about Taiwan. It was all very like I'd see that like the Chinese government in its post 70s era, it seems to confine its active measures in terms of like foreign influence of like media or propaganda to things like the Taiwan issue and issues that are going on in domestic China. and they don't want like the diaspora to be running around be acting like the Cuban diaspora. So I think they want to promote a positive image, because Arcadia is like a heavily Asian and Chinese community. Like in the San Gabriel Valley, there's a vast like Asian immigrant population there, and a lot of huge Chinese population, and they're not. I don't think they're necessarily like. It's not maybe what you would expect from the past, like, I don't know, during the Cold War or something, where it's like they're like Chiang Kai-shek supporters and they hate communist. Like a lot of them come to America just to like make money or like send their kids to like private school or something. You know what I mean? Like they're not like anti-China because they came to America. Like you would be wrong to like assume that they hate China. You know what I mean? Like some of them they're like by country, like they live sometimes in China, then they come to America for a while, etc. But they got this mayor for allegedly doing like having some website. They tried to make it sound so sinister, but it's like this just sounds like a local blog that like maybe Chinese immigrants in Arcadia read or something, but not even that big of an operation. So I haven't seen, despite what they might be about to like unveil about, like the guy in the SLA case, who the mind control researcher, who was like, it's all in these like books that say like China Friendship Association, like that's the key to everything, like they're running all these Maoists, like blah blah. Even in the Maoist era, I don't think they were doing that, much less now. And I don't think they have that level of like granular like info war, like a desire to run an info war in the West. I mean,
I don't know. I think that they with respect to Chinese issues, as you're saying, I mean, maybe not like in
no, I
broader
think
sense.
Primarily with respect to Chinese issues. I will make a carve out though that we might be looking in the wrong place for it, because like TikTok was like TikTok was a huge hit in America. Like people loved it, and said it became one of the most popular apps. And then it became this battlefield of like political shit after October 7th, because like people on Fox News would say that that's why all these young Zoomers are becoming pro-Palestine, anti-Zionist, because this Chinese-owned app is basically just letting them see content that's like anti-Zionist. Like not even that like people in China are like making it and like flooding the app with like carefully crafted propaganda.
Well, yeah, I
it's
could
just
see how, like, from a Zionist perspective, like simply allowing that, right? Like, on Twitter they would do everything, and like I think on TikTok now, right, they like suppress that stuff to some extent,
Oh, now that it's owned by the Ellisons, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, or in politics in general, I think is like kind of like diminish on some of these apps, right, or kind of deprioritize or whatever. So like. Like so for them, like it's propaganda to simply allow these topics to be discussed. But like that's I you're right. I wouldn't consider that to be like an influence campaign, and I don't think that like that is an area that China would even need to do such a thing. I think that like defense of themselves is like more important. But like every country kind of does that. I mean, look at the UAE. Like, look at their, like, the UAE is a great example, not to compare the UAE to China. The UAE is like a almost fascinatingly evil country in terms of their leadership. The people, like, insofar as, like, they're, like, migrant laborers, that I'm sure that they're, just decent people trying to make a way for themselves in this world. But the
royal family,
the Emirati elite is widely loathsome, broadly loathsome, I would say. And certainly the government is, and you can see they're kind of like state-sponsored, like influencers, like trying to manufacture consent for their genocidal campaign of the RSF in Sudan and such things, and try to portray this as like anti-Islamists and like the kind of I mean, really, it's amazing like that. The United Arab Emirates is like one of the most like anti-Muslim like forces in terms of like Islamophobia or whatever you want to call it, like on the world stage. Like they're one of the greatest sort of stokers and producers of this, and certainly they have people pushing that influence up in English and to Americans. In fact, it might be argued to be like primarily targeted at Americans. I mean, God knows Israel does it. So like it's like China, of course, I think understands the importance of like defending, or like create, making your own case and stating your own narrative.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you can see like a lot of the stuff that has made people. I saw a graph maybe a week or two ago that tracked like American popular opinions about or whether or not China was an enemy of the United States, and you do notice around like 2020, or just getting out of like the COVID era, like the sort of view China as enemy group starts to like drop off, and the viewing China as not enemy like starts to go up. That I think probably it's like younger people are probably kind of like driving that. I think it's very generationally divided, but that's interesting. But most of the stuff that's like maybe giving people a positive impression of China is things like I Show Speed like goes on a tour of the Great Wall and just asks like Chinese people questions on his live stream, and like cyberpunk edits of Chongqing is like the city of the future, and like just kind of like random like look, China's crazy, like look at it, it's so cool, and like it's just sort of like showing it off in like a very not political kind of way, like it doesn't foreground its political system as like in content about China for the most part that I feel like reaches a lot of like Westerners, and that does seem to have been largely like successful in a broad sense, just like lifestyle videos out of China, and then people think it's like cool, and then like it sort of diffuses any latent kind of anti-China, anti-communist kind of bias in like the American population, and it can reach them on
I do think there's a level of like propagandization in like the American populace where like simply just like seeing people like living normally and walking on a street in some of these countries like is a shock to the system. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, for instance, like, I'm thinking of Iran, people like when they think of like a street in Tehran or something, they imagine like, I don't know, like a poster for Homeland or something.
Remember that video that kind of went viral that was like walking through Tehran is like just like walking through like Williamsburg or something like that. It was like stopping people on the street. And like I was asking them some question, or like, do you want to get a coffee or something like that? But it was all like, it didn't look that different. It didn't look like that different at all, And it was like nice. It was like a nice street, just looked like a nice part of Brooklyn or something. It wasn't. It certainly, But even that little subtle thing.
It's a beautiful city. There's tons of beautiful parts of Iran. You know, like
it's almost an insult to say it looks like Brooklyn. It probably looks better.
Yeah,
than Brooklyn.
Exactly.
But
it kind of is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially especially now. But think definitely like that's think about like totally people have like it's like totally unrealistic understandings of what like these countries look like, imagining like all these
and you know what, and they also
like people living in tents or something,
right,
you think of like what the average like American imagines when they think of like a Muslim country or something like that, and then in China I kind of like they might imagine like I don't know, I'm not gonna like list the racist stereotypes that come to people's minds, but
we know, we all know what they would be.
There's like pandas and like
but instead it's like it looks more technologically advanced than America, and I think that comparison too is something that like the elites have to be like very nervous about. Maybe that's one reason why they love AI so much, because if you actually look at real images of America that people post on TikTok and Instagram and shit every day, America looks like shit. I'm gonna be honest. We have beautiful
going through that like infrastructural decay.
Yes, our country's got some beautiful natural bones, but we look like shit. Like every part of the country, it's like it kind of like disgusts me on some level. Like the allowing of parts of the country to be made to look shittier, just like inexorably. Like we're on this timeline where everything is going to look like a shitty, like mid-sized American city with like the what is it, like the 4/1 type apartment that has like a retail store and then like 4 stories above, and like they all look exactly the same. Everything's grayish, like nothing has color or any style. Like everything just looks like a weird like mall. Like it not even a mall. Even malls, as evil as they are.
Infrastructurally, like if you're talking like. Yeah, like I have to take a flight soon. It's probably gonna be super expensive. Like I haven't bought my ticket yet. I want to take the train, but I like it's probably gonna be like even more expensive than flying,
Slow
and
as
like
fuck.
it's gonna be it's gonna take 12 hours.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on, like there's no reason why the United States couldn't have high speed rail.
We used to have the biggest train system in the world, and then the Silk Toppers decided they could make more money by destroying every street, every rail car in every city, and building highways and cars, and making us slaves to oil, and all this. Like it's always you scratch beneath the surface of it, and some sick fucking rich fucks like rig society to make it shittier at the expense of everybody else, and then everything gets worse, and then everything looks like it sucks, and like nobody knows how they're gonna like make a living. Living standards are just like kind of going down generationally. All these things, and the Drumpster is just playing with fire. Like he said, I don't even care about the midterms. I don't even care about I think he does care about the stock market, but that's become the only metric of value in our depraved white empire now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I almost think that it's interesting that you say that, because I was just thinking even before you did I mean, I've said this before on the show, I think, but the real rulers of our society have in a way come forward, and they're not like the elected leaders. They
the oligarchs
have come out into the open. They're Sam Altman, Elon,
Thiel.
Thiel, Zuckerberg, right? Like we're led by this syndicate of
that some call the Epstein class, though.
Yeah,
probably some who didn't meet Epstein, but like you might as well lump them in. But
well, it's like a transhumanist cult. They
live off of assets, intangible assets that just keep growing, like some alien organism, but aren't actually like tied to the real health of the economy. And they've been almost like very decoupled from. Like you can't look at the health of the stock market. It was never a clean correlation.
There's exactly. Like there's like basically we're in a system the feudal idea. I mean, I was just reading Carl M. Petrie, I think has been Carl Petrie's book about the Mamluk Sultanate, which is like an okay overview. Some of the parts I have issues with it, but there's definitely some good parts. Talks about like the political economy of the Sultanate and all these things, and of course there was kind of an ethnic difference, or at least a strong cultural difference between the slave soldier military aristocracy and the Arab bureaucratic class. It's exaggerated as he talks about, but certainly did exist, right? There was a difference between the elite and a strong cultural difference between the elite and the people in Egypt and Syria. That there were tensions along this. I mean, again, it's exaggerated, but it was present. It was a linguistic difference, a cultural difference, but I almost feel like with respect to it's being exaggerated, I almost feel like that difference is more present in terms of our rulers and the average American. Or especially the average person in the world, and these people really do throw their weight around on the global scale. Their beliefs, their outlook, they can't possibly it's a totally different. Failure no longer has any meaning for them. You know what I mean? There's nothing that they could do that would lose them their power. You know what I mean? They're totally the world they move in is completely alien to your experience or my experience or anybody's.
It's a world of having servants, getting money without working. The money just comes to you because you already own something, and then you just get more money. And then everyone does everything for you. You are completely
it is a czar situation. It is when you see these grand palaces, and you then look at other people living the average person living in squalor or in immiseration. That's happening.
And they're not. They've made it very clear they're not.
Mark Zuckerberg just build a new bunker in New Zealand or something, some kind of a high tech.
I hear about that all the time.
Underground.
They've been going to New Zealand for a long time, but they're acting right now like they won't even need to do that because they're just gonna trample all over everybody and keep keep sucking up. They have this rigged game where it just keeps like sucking up the wealth of everybody else through private health care, just rents of various kinds. They're extracting rent like parasites, like insects. Almost you could say like a fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. Eldridge wasn't wrong when he said that. But actually, in a way, they're more insect-like than ever, and more parasitic than ever, and completely unashamed of themselves in a way that there was at least more fake. Maybe not. I don't know. So the old silk toppers were pretty bad, but there's no like moral superego breaks on any of this. Like they're all basically kind of like Gordon geckos of various stripes nowadays.
Beyond that. Like
yeah, he's quaint compared to them.
Yeah, it's completely quaint. I mean, this is nuts. Like this is like just representative of this type of person. Like I'm just reading about this bunker which was recently built.
Okay.
Off the 2-lane highway that winds along the northeast side of the Hawaiian island of Kauai on a quiet stretch of ranch land between the horse of the Kapa and Howland, an enormous secret construction project is underway. A 6-foot wall blocks the view from a nearby road fronting the project where cars slow to try to catch a glimpse of what's behind it. Security guards stand watch at an entrance gate and patrol the surrounding beaches on ATVs. Pickup trucks roll in and out, hauling building materials and transporting hundreds of workers. Nobody working on the project is allowed to talk about what they're building. It's so huge that a not insignificant share of the island is bound by the NDA. But everyone here knows who's behind it, Mark Zuckerberg.
This is new. Is a new bunker he's building?
No, this is his old bunker, actually.
Okay.
This is the one that he already built in Hawaii. The new one is, that was like from 2023. But I think he has built like a recent one as well, if I'm not mistaken. But maybe it was talking about the Hawaiian one, and maybe it just was completed. Let me see. Oh no, yeah. I guess they're. I guess it's just like shrouded in mystery because no one's allowed to talk about it. That's why, like, it's still like we still don't know what's going on with it. But yeah, I guess it is in Hawaii.
The NDA
wasn't in New Zealand, I guess. But yeah, it's expanded to be like 5,000 square feet, and yeah, he says it's like a hurricane shelter.
Yeah. They stay creeping us out with this shit. About like what are they preparing?
A blast-resistant door.
That's
the door of the underground tunnel will be constructed out of metal and filled in with concrete, a style common in bunkers and bomb shelters.
It is funny
that the compound will be self-sufficient with its own water tank, 55 feet in diameter, 18 feet tall.
It is funny that despite all of their outward arrogance, they're still deeply terrified of like a lynch mob of the people coming and just like getting their asses, Like, didn't Douglas Rushkoff say years ago he was invited to, I don't know, some kind of dinner with like a bunch of billionaires because he's like a technologist?
They were all like, how do I make sure that my security force doesn't turn on me? Can I fit them with like exploding collars or something?
Exactly. Could I hire some Navy SEALs and put like exploding collars on them so that they don't like betray me?
Yeah, they were all like, so when the event comes, how do I make sure? Yeah, according to Wired, according to John Brockman's Epic magazine. The cost rivals that of the largest private personal construction project in human history. I mean, I guess that's excluding a lot. It has to be private and personal, but still, I mean, that does say something. I mean, it does remind me of like a pharaoh. Like
Hearst
what did
Castle.
they put all their effort into like building these vast underground tombs. Like,
it is the century of the tunnel, but I guess maybe he doesn't want to get hit by drones coming after him or something, so he's got to have those blast doors, got to have the tunnels. But yeah, it does make you wonder, like, what the hell, now we got Ebola acting up again, got hantavirus. It'd be honestly too much if they do another pandemic during a Trump presidency, which would be, if we're going to time it, that would be like, I guess it would be in 2028. It would be the election year, right? then they could cancel the election. And no, I'm not saying they're going to do that, but they are. They're.
It's like a May Brussels prediction.
I know,
You just gotta,
like
make it a bit more abstract.
In July 2028, they are going to overthrow the government. Their airports and concentration camps. Well, now there are shady, mysterious concentration camps being built by ICE that are like out in the California desert, and maybe not exactly where the ones May Brussels was talking about, but we are seeing like 50 years later, like aspects of that worst nightmare scenario of like May Brussels and others sort of it started to inch towards like completion, and a lot of other building blocks have kind of been put in place that would like allow the government to make a move like that and suspend civil liberties. And like they've built the glass house panopticon surveillance state now. They don't always, a lot of it is passive, like they don't, unless they have a reason to go after you, you won't even notice it. But you see what happened with all kinds of people, even politicians, getting that black cube Israeli software on their phone, or, anybody that sticks their neck out to do any kind of radical activism or something, or, anti-ICE protest. Like, they have so many ways to track everybody in their great counterinsurgency computer system, that I don't know. I mean, on the one hand, I wonder if the building of that over decades and acclimating everybody to it has made everybody more passive and more less willing to get down and do anything, because like they're watching you at all times. There's just that passive kind of oppressive atmosphere of like, oh, we gotta color within the lines, and whatever, or else like they're gonna get us somehow. It's harder to disappear in America now, or to float around undetected, and once they get the robot dogs out and the Elon robot soldiers, and then they get some brain fried like pole gamers to like join the domestic drone force, to hunt down dangerous streamers that they don't like or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm reading this very breathless New York Times article. What is this from? Let me see. This is from 2023. Yeah, about Singham.
About Neville Roy Singham, yeah.
Yeah. A global web of Chinese propaganda leads to a U.S. tech mogul. The Times unraveled a financial network that stretches from Chicago to Shanghai and uses American nonprofits to push Chinese talking points worldwide. I'm going to read some of this.
Okay.
The protests in London's bustling Chinatown brought together a variety of activist groups to oppose a rise in anti-Asian hate crimes. So it was peculiar when a street brawl broke out among mostly ethnic Chinese demonstrators. Witnesses said the fight in November 2021 started when men aligned with the event's organizers, including a group called No Cold War, attacked activists supporting the democracy movement in Hong Kong. On the surface, No Cold War is a loose collective run mostly by American and British activists who say the West's rhetoric against China has distracted from issues like climate change and racial injustice. In fact, a New York Times investigation found it is part of a lavishly funded influence campaign that defends China and pushes its propaganda. At the center is a charismatic American millionaire, Neville Roy Singham, who is known as the socialist benefactor of far-left causes. What is less known and is hidden amid a tangle of nonprofit groups and shell companies is that Mr. Singham works closely with the Chinese government media machine and is financing its propaganda worldwide. From a think tank in Massachusetts to an event space in Manhattan, from a political party in South Africa to news organizations in India and Brazil, the Times tracked hundreds of millions of dollars to groups linked to Mr. Singham that mix progressive advocacy with Chinese government talking points. I mean, like, again, like, that may well be true, but, like, it's just kind of like, anyway, just like here, some, like No Cold War, popped up in recent years. Others, like the American anti-war group Code Pink, have morphed over time. Code Pink once criticized China's rights record, but now defends its internment of the predominantly Muslim Uyghurs, which human rights experts have labeled a crime against humanity. These groups are funded through American nonprofits flush with at least $275 million in donations. I mean, again, like, I kind of like, do they defend it, or do they just like not like focus on it? Like, does Code Pink like say like it's good? I don't know.
I don't think Code Pink was always like kind of a rad lib, peacenik kind of organization.
That's the vibe I get from them. I don't really know.
Yeah, but Neville Roy Singham married Jodie Dean, who is the co-founder of Code Pink, and I think that's what they're alleging is after they might have gotten married or they got together in like sometime in the early 2010s, and I guess they're alleging that Code Pink made a heavy left turn after Singham got involved. But what did they say? $2 million. At the same time, like a lot of these things, yeah. Like one, are they aggressive?
Yeah, it's well, I guess they have like 275 million in donations. I don't know how much comes from China, or comes from Singham.
275.
Million. Yeah, in donations. That's what they said. These groups are funded through American nonprofits, flush with at least 275 million in donations.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a vague.
I don't know if Singham is the only source of
right.
those.
That's a vague wording of like which, like all organizations combined have 275 million, or like did all that come from him, from Singham, or is that like the entire pot of how much money these orgs have?
Let's see what they say.
Okay.
The network is built in the back of American nonprofit groups, tax experts said, and because of that, Mr. Singham may have been eligible for tax deductions for his donations. The Times untangled the web of charities and shell companies using nonprofit and corporate filings, internal documents, and interviews with over 24 former employees of groups linked to Mr. Singham. Some groups, including No Cold War, do not seem to exist as legal entities, but are tied to the network through domain registration records and shared organizers. None of Mr. Singham's nonprofits have registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. We all know all foreign agents always register, as is required of groups that seek to influence public opinion on behalf of foreign powers. Well, I would just, it's such a shame. Such a shame that there are such groups operating in the U.S.
I know.
advocating on behalf of foreign powers without registering. I can't think of any other group like that, so this guy's really up to no good.
Yeah.
APEC. But that usually applies to groups taking money or orders from foreign governments. Legal experts said Mr. Singham's network was an unusual case. Okay. Most of the groups in Singham's network declined to answer questions from the Times. 3 said they had never received money or instructions from a foreign government or political party. Speculation about Mr. Singham first emerged on Twitter among self-described anti-fascists. Reports followed in the publication New Lines of the South African investigative outlet Ama Bongane. The authorities in India raided a news organization tied to Mr. Singham during a crackdown on the press, accusing it of having ties to the Chinese government but offering no proof. The Times investigation is the first to unravel the funding and document Mr. Singham's ties to Chinese propaganda interests. Mr. Singham did not offer substantive answers to questions about those ties. He said he abided by the tax laws in countries where he was active. I categorically deny and repudiate any suggestion that I am a member of, work for, take orders from, or follow instructions of any political party or government or their representatives, he wrote in an email. I am solely guided by my beliefs, which are my long-held personal views. I kind of feel like that is a substantive response. It makes and kind of does make perfect sense, not to but they even kind of say afterwards, indeed, his associates say Mr. Singham has long admired Maoism, the communist ideology that gave rise to modern China. He praised Venezuela under the leftist president Hugo Chavez as a phenomenally democratic place. And a decade before moving to China, he said the world could learn from its governing approach. I mean, it's like, as son of a leftist academic, Archibald Singham, Mr. Singham is a longtime activist who founded the Chicago-based software consultancy ThoughtWorks. There, Mr. Singham came across as a charming showman who prided himself on creating an egalitarian corporate culture. He was unabashed about his politics. A former company technical director, Majdi Haroun, recalled Mr. Singham lecturing him on the Marxist revolutionary Che Guevara. Mr. Haroun said employees sometimes jokingly called each other comrade. In 2017, Mr. Singham married Jodie Evans, a former Democratic political advisor and the co-founder of Code Pink. The wedding in Jamaica was a who's who of progressivism. Photos of the event show Amy Goodman, host of Democracy Now!, Ben Cohen, co-founder of Ben & Jerry's Ice Cream, and V, the playwright. I didn't know that Eve Ensler changed her name to V.
Really?
Apparently it says V, the playwright formerly known as Eve Ensler, who co-wrote the Vagina monologues. Okay. That's funny. It's like, you may call me V. It was also a working event. The invitation described a panel discussion called The Future of the Left. Mr. Singham had a plan for that future. He had quietly funded left-wing causes while at ThoughtWorks, but his activism was about to intensify. 6 months after his wedding, he sold ThoughtWorks to a private equity firm. A copy of the sale agreement put the price at $785 million. I decided that at my age and extreme privilege, the best thing I could do was give away most of my money in my lifetime, he said in his statement. the network takes shape. While other moguls slap their names on foundations like a good billionaire would do. Mr. Singham sent his money through a system that concealed his giving. At its center were 4 new nonprofits with dust-dry names like United Community Fund and Justice and Education Fund. It's like, okay, you know, like not like to like defend this guy like or anything, but it is like what's annoying me about this article is how they pretend that like he's the first person to ever do this, and like it's so uniquely nefarious because he's doing it like as a Maoist or whatever.
Like every rich person in America, like they built this system. He is just using it.
Yeah.
Like, don't hate the player, hate the game on that one.
Yeah.
I would say. Yeah, giving it an anodyne name, like everybody does that.
Because American nonprofit groups do not need to disclose individual donors, these 4 nonprofits will take a financial geyser, throwing out a shower of money from an invisible source. I like how there's like I can't, you know, like imagine my shock. In their public findings, none list Mr. Singham as a board member or donor. I do not control them, he said in his statement, although I have been known to share my opinion. In reality, Mr. Singham has close ties to all 4. Again, like not contradictory statements. The largest is run by Miss Evans. The group's founding bylaws say that Mr. Singham can fire her and the rest of the board. They also require that the group dissolve after Mr. Singham's death. The other 3 groups were founded by former ThoughtWorks employees, according to interviews with other former ThoughtWorks staff members and resumes posted online. In his statement, Mr. Singham acknowledged giving his money to unnamed intermediaries that fit the description of these 4 UPS store nonprofits, and several groups have received donations from them who identify Mr. Singham as the source. One of them is a Massachusetts-based think tank, Tricontinental. Mm-hmm. Its executive director, Vijay Prashad, recounted Mr. Singham's financing in 2021. A Marxist with a massive software company, he wrote on Twitter. Tricontinental produces videos and articles on socialist issues. Mr. Prashad did not answer questions about Mr. Singham, but said the organization followed the law. We do not and have never received funds or instructions from any government or political party, he said in the statement. From the UPS store nonprofits, millions of dollars flowed around the world. The Time tracked the money to a South African political party, YouTube channels in the United States, and nonprofits in Ghana and Zambia. In Brazil, records show money flowed to a group that produces a publication, Brasil de Fato, that intersperses articles about land rights with praise for Xi Jinping. In New Delhi, corporate filings show Mr. Singham's network financed a news site, NewsClick, that sprinkled its coverage with Chinese government talking points. China's history continues to inspire the working classes, one video said. Mm-hmm. I mean, like I don't know, the evidence,
right.
It's kind of like when they're like, oh, they said that they made a video where it said that China's history continues to inspire the working classes.
Yeah, the things that I mean, and this is like compared to what the Republicans get mad at him about. That's even goofier. Like it's stuff that plenty of people that aren't getting money from, Neville Roy Singham will say that are on the left. It's like at this point, you can't quite make like a Tealverse accusation so much about Singham, even though he does fund, unless there's a whole other layer of people he's funding. Very unofficially in hush-hush that nobody knows anything about. But the examples they're citing here, it's kind of like the Arcadia mayor being caught for being a Chinese propagandist, of being China respects human rights. And it's oh my God, this is fucking, people flip the or China's revolution, inspiration, to workers around the world. That's just a leftist thing.
To say nothing of the lib version of this, which is so hegemonic and literally paradigm shape defining. Mm-hmm. Basically defines an entire paradigm of international relations. The lib version of this, as we talked about, and especially found the foundation.
Do you mean the lib critique of stuff this, or
I'm saying the lib equivalent, where talking about China's human rights issues,
right?
Or talking about how Palestine has another issue to another front of resistance against gender oppression.
The traditional foundations are funding that at probably a 100-to-1 scale of stuff like this,
and sure, you'd be the funding structure is more transparent. First of all, not in every case at all.
No.
Second of all, you kind of have to look into that stuff to even see, even when it is explicit, it's not always apparent to everybody who's involved in that or is who encountering the content they produce. Is aware of the funding that they receive. You have to be looking into these things to even perceive that. But then there is a whole another layer where like yeah, of course, like he's just taking advantage of like a fundamental feature of American nonprofits, and they don't need to disclose their donors.
Yeah. Just
Like,
imagine
do you
what
think
the
he's the only person to think of that? Like,
it, it
like not only is the lib version like, that's like really the true like paradigm, but the fascist version of this is even like more extensive, I think.
oh, of course. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like
And growing,
yeah, what was the sort of think tank that Richard Spencer used to work for, like the American Policy Institute or whatever, like
Yeah,
stuff like that. It's yeah.
Oh yeah, the
it's
right wing's been
everywhere.
at this for a very long time, and yeah, it is funny to imagine the treatment of this type of foundation, like the author you're reading from, if they wrote about Soros. Like it would be like unthinkable to like infer this much like sinister intent into like he published, funded founded a newspaper that said this about like blah blah, because I feel like they would immediately be like, oh my god, we can't question, that's like anti-Semitic and like conspiracy theory to like imply that Soros has this kind of nebulous, this like nefarious effect on the things that he funds, and that it's for causes that are bad, and because I think they would probably think that Soros just funds like really good, amazing, good things. So, if you have a problem with it, it's probably because you're like a right wing chud and or anti-Semitic conspiracy person or whatever. Like, but instead, when they turn around and are looking at Singham, like this is the most evil thing ever. I mean, that's a classic. That's a classic. The same thing with like the John Birchers. The way they look at like the Ford Foundation is like they think they're hardcore communists. Even though that's like they're doing lib stuff. Yeah. But is there anything else in that article?
I mean, yeah, like it talks about the transformation of I guess his wife. She originally was readily criticized China's authoritarian government. We demand China stop brutal repression of their women's human rights defenders, she wrote on Twitter in 2015. She later posted on Instagram a photo of the Chinese dissident Ai Weiwei.
Oh my god.
Didn't he also kind of have a moment where he was like, actually, like, I feel like
I
China
think
isn't
he
so
did
bad.
some self-crit.
Like,
he did some self-crit
yeah.
and he backed off on being such a lib, like hero. And then he's not like a lib hero as much anymore. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I remember when that type of thing was very popular, to the dissident artist, in China that just can't, I think he did come out and was like, actually,
in January 2026, Ai Weiwei said the West lacks the moral authority to criticize China's human rights record.
damn, wow.
He says, criticism of China is hypocritical.
It is interesting.
Well,
yeah.
This is also funny. This is a funny thing to like, pick out as saying like Mrs. Evans stridently supports China. This is the quote they chose to show that she stridently supports China. If the U.S. crushes China, it would cut off hope for the human race and life on Earth. I mean, to me, like when you say if the U.S. crushes China, yeah, that would be like a cataclysmic event,
right?
Like they're gonna crush it. Like what? Like I feel like she's like. I feel like what they're reading that as saying like, oh, China is the only hope for the human race and life on Earth.
Yeah.
Which like, okay, I could see how that maybe is like hyperbolic or something, like or whatever. But like to say that like, I feel like the key thing there is that like it's about the U.S. crushing China, like in a war or something.
Which would probably be.
I want to know. I don't want to know the context of that.
Evil.
Like, generally,
yeah.
But I can't because I have to get past a paywall for this anyway. Yeah.
It's not even the spiciest stuff that you could possibly say about China. It's like it's pretty it's like mild leftist, like movement, something a movement person would say who's like into being a peace activist, I mean, I think that kind of erming about that type of shit, it might still work on the far right that's still of like the anti-communism, like Wackel brainworms, and think we gotta do helicopter rides, or something like that. But I feel like with like the liberal kind of population, that stuff is like less effective than maybe it used to be. It's taken a hit, and maybe I could see a lot of them, being seeing that somebody like Singham is going around funding like further left groups, maybe grinds their gears a little bit, and they feel like I don't know. There is I don't know much about his company. You know, he was involved with the League of Revolutionary Black Workers in Detroit, which was like a Marxist-Leninist group, like a black liberation Marxist-Leninist group that tried to organize like auto workers during the very heavy years of 1969 to 71. So he was like involved in some shit as like a young person. It's funny the article doesn't like mention that as like, oh, that obviously shaped his political worldview.
No, he's just a sicko Maoist. Yeah,
he's operated. I feel like, yeah, his Maoism. He did move to Shanghai like later, but he was mostly based in the Midwest, and you know, he is an American. Like I mean, his dad was kind of like a somewhat famous academic, and I think both his parents were, and but at the same time, like he is, yeah, they kind of obscure. They want to make him look like, just like how, you know, libs would do with the. I mean, there was some of this, like the Russian bot account, like Russian disinformatia, like it's always some shadowy Russian that's like on a keyboard, like hey, hey, hey. And they kind of exclude that like Americans actually like engage in this type of discourse or believe certain things, like, you know, for a variety of reasons, and not just because they're being like literally puppeteered.
Yeah, his life like directly intersects with like the, you know, the reason why Ai Weiwei would say that like the United States doesn't have the like moral ground to criticize China, you know, like, so that would like, you know, undermine what they're trying to say, I feel like. But yeah, it
I did notice something that was like kind of funny that was linked on his Wikipedia. I'm not saying this like means anything in any direction, but it is an interesting, quite a flashback from Forbes magazine in 2011, and this is called WikiLeaks: Why It Matters, or Maybe It Doesn't. How much does WikiLeaks matter, or does it? That's the question up for debate tonight at a Churchill Club program at the Marriott in Santa Clara, California. It's quite an illustrious panel. Daniel Ellsberg, leaker of the Pentagon Papers to the New York Times, NYU professor Clay Shirky, ThoughtWorks chairman Neville Roy Singham, ThoughtWorks is sponsoring the event, and PayPal founder and Facebook investor Peter Thiel. And Jonathan Zittrain, co-founder of the Berkman Center for Internet and Society, professor of law and computer science at Harvard, and it is moderated by Paul Jay, CEO of the Real News Network. Julian Assange is otherwise engaged, of course. This was streamed live on Fora.tv and was on YouTube at some point, but I don't know if I haven't been able to look. But yeah, he got into this, like, he sponsored this event that brought like Daniel Ellsberg and Peter Thiel and him to discuss like the issues around WikiLeaks and like secrecy and whether or not information should be free and all these other like things in Silicon Valley back in the day. And I mean, there's like a summary of all the different arguments and debates and things of that nature. I don't have time to go through it now, but Singham says freedom of the press has to include WikiLeaks. He also says criticism of the government is the core of the Fourth Amendment, and that the government is embarrassed by some of what happened in Afghanistan. He says what Amazon has done has totally set back the cloud movement, since some non-U.S. countries now won't want to host their data in the U.S. He says we're at an inflection point on the abridgment of freedom of information. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Thiel chimes in to say that all these things come down to a lot of details. He says Harvard was not able to start Facebook as a public service, and he says they did better than if you had the U.S. government create it. He says media are not just public services. You have to run them as businesses that are quite functional. He says it comes back to government versus corporate power, and that you don't solve this by regulating corporations even more. So, you know, he's still in his libertarian phase a little bit back then, but you can see the, like, nothing can stop in the way. Yeah, basically Zittrain and Thiel start to have a debate over libertarianism, I guess, at some point. And, yeah, but I don't know where Singham kind of lands on that. So I would say, you know, for people...
I mean, I could imagine this guy, like, being sus in some way. You know, I'm not necessarily ruling it out, but, like, at present, like, I haven't seen, like, that there's anything that's, like, necessarily so different from what, like, you know, exists like incredibly broad, like that. First of all, that all like states do, insofar as like there's a connection with the Chinese government, like which I don't know, I'm not sure like to what degree that like that does exist, but like but,
Right,
in the
right.
same way that like there's complicity with the U.S. government in the part of like Elon, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, etc. Like it's not like so unusual, but also like it's yeah, I don't see something that's like so like again like to be funded by someone like other than your loyal listeners and acolytes. Shout out to everyone listening at home. Like that it does take away, like it does compromise you on some level, right? So that is like a certain thing, but I feel like it's not something that is unusual in American life or in like the global information space, like to have a figure like this promoting their views, whatever they may be.
Right, right. There's always been some Americans that get a lot of money one way or another, and then decide that they want to fund. Either they inherit it. It's a little more rare that they earn it in the capitalist marketplace and then want to give it away Maoistly. It is rare, but I wouldn't rule out. It seems maybe this is one of the kind of crunchier folks that happened to get in on the right time of the software industry, in the early 80s, and had kind of Maoist politics before that, and I guess didn't totally lib out and abandon them despite becoming very financially successful, and then decided he would spend like his golden years funding, left-wing causes, in an environment where like all the money is either going to like really right-wing shit or like Ford Foundation lib imperialist shit.
And I mean, like, what I will say is like, I will say that like the fact that this network like includes like Vijay Prashad and possibly like other people, like I will say that like, again, I don't want to like in any way like I think that like there's nothing like criminal about this in any way, or like or even like really like it's not like a moral problem or like anything that like is like a viewpoint that I feel is like really like beyond what I said before, that like you become beholden to the views of like your funder, and this is my point, that like sometimes people who are like massively wealthy, they get like tunnel vision, they don't like actually see and like if you like have to kind of conform to what they think, that is a problem. It is like something like I get it, like money is power, and like you if you want to like have you always want to get that money from somebody and such, but like I don't know, like it's kind of like this thing about like the reliance on, and I get it, like I know it's complicated, but like the reliance on like these leftist billionaires, I think Singham is actually like almost like more you can sum it up a little bit more, almost affection for him, because he's kind of like not from like this like a lineage of wealth. He's not from one of these like old money families.
He's not an old,
I'm going off the
old money silk topper.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like so many.
Fuck you, like I'm a Marxist now. Like I'm gonna like fund all, like that, like
the Rockefellers who fund
think,
the DSA.
And again, like
example.
those people, like their hearts can be in the right place as well, but I do think that like it then makes like an entire like it causes their viewpoint to become like very much enlarged, and it like sucks everyone in a certain space like into like their view, which like can be myopic at times, just by virtue of just even being a single person's view, but that's not really like these are like small problems compared to the problems I have with the truly evil people who do the exact same thing for their evil beliefs. Whatever quibbles you might have like on the whole, like I think not crushing other countries is a value that I think is a good one for the U.S. to support.
It's
solidarity
good. It's
with
good.
Palestinian resistance is a good thing.
The only thing my only potential concern would be like from the other direction. Like, I don't care if this is the level of pro-China sponsored opinion that is being like presented here. I don't really. It doesn't seem that decisive or anything anybody should worry about. Certainly not prosecutable. My only worry would be, and I'm not saying anything, but like that myopia you mentioned of the billionaire with the right on politics is that sometimes people are not they're not going to be willing to call out when this person's eclecticism or adventurism or bad strategy is like being insisted on and funded by this person, and you feel like you can't say anything about it, or kind of I think a lot of people that maybe have gotten some money indirectly from Singham, like they do the kind of scoffing thing whenever it's brought up of like, oh, you think like that has any effect on like anything that like I would ever talk about, like kind of I don't know, like they make it seem like even to ask about super rich multimillionaire person is like funding you, like to even question that is like right at the gate, just like stupid, not serious, shut up, what are you, a chud, like right winger, blah blah blah. When in fact I think we always got to like do our due diligence when there's like princelings or centimillionaires that kind of come in. Yeah. Like I'm looking at, I think there was a little actually between two people there, Fergie Chambers, another far leftist that very openly like has inherited a ton of money from the Cox fortune and has sort of like broken with his family and is like giving it out to he invites people to pitch him on like funding leftist causes and whatnot. He had been critical of Singham and the organizations that Singham has funded for for kind of like low-key living out, or
what's his critique or for living out, like, or
let me see if the post is deleted, but I have like a summary of it here. Okay, I think I remember. He said, reminder if you didn't know, now Guy TPF is showing its ass. The People's Forum, I think he means. The People's Forum is wholly funded, staffed, and controlled by PSL, whose office is in the same building upstairs. The rent is $90,000 a month, or it was in late 2023. Breakthrough News is also in that building and also staffed and controlled by PCL Central Committee. Answer Coalition is a part of their formation, and the IPA, International People's Assembly, is fully under their control. Below is a pic of a flowchart that was drawn by Ben Becker and Vijay Prashad at my home in 2023 when they were courting my support. I think Ben Becker is the brother of Brian Becker. He and his wife, they're like the three people that run PSL. You cannot support PSL and just their media content, platform their shit, and single out one of their tentacles. The whole fucking ship is poison. I would not divulge all this based solely on beef. I do it because I firmly believe they are counterinsurgency and a danger to our movements. In terms of containment and co-optation, they are the biggest danger. And then he shows a screenshot of like a sort of like a radial like line chart of like
I actually vaguely remember him posting this, but like, what is it? What is the sort of like angle?
Well, then it's like a picture of that, and then that picture of Kat Abu Ghazala, I think, speaking at like the People's Forum or one of those events. I remember people got a little mad about this because she is a China hawk, despite being promoted by all the big like lefty streamers as like she's so cool. I mean, she's like Palestinian, so. Like we assume that she's an anti-Zionist and was running for Congress, but then like unveiled this like weird, like super pro-NATO, anti-China kind of thing.
Turn Taiwan into a porcupine, etc.
yeah, exactly. Right. So I'm not taking I'm not taking definitive sides either way in this intra-millionaire leftist funding like beef, but just to say that there's other angles to it besides like he's an evil CCP mouthpiece, blah blah blah, or he's a totally chill centimillionaire that we all should unflinchingly trust. As the funder of our leftist causes, who will never ask for anything in return or have his own opinion or anything like that. I mean, I think Fergie has his own opinion too. But like, it sounds like. Let me see what the circle chart says the inner circle says party. The second one is like RSR, IPA, projects, orgs, BT, TPF, Cuba trips. Okay, so that Singham, I mean, honestly, Singham probably like funded the trip, but to Cuba earlier this year that all the influencers was on. The next circle out, temporary united fronts, initiations led by PSL, people's support for democracy, March 18th. And then like the final circle is united fronts from below, I don't know if it says interventions or intentions. I think it says intentions. So that like that's kind of known that he does fund the PSL. I mean, I think we might have some PSL members that listen to SJ. They've had some scandals over the years. They started off as acolytes of Ramsey Clark, the Beckers and Gloria de Riva, and I think the people have had critiques of them as a kind of vanguard party of like the Marxist left, like in America. But I did find an article that does try to answer this question from the This Small Planet Substack, Michael Donnelly. This is from like a month and a half ago. Millionaire Maoist Roy Singham and Antichrist Peter Thiel bonded over Putin pal Julian Assange. Why? Okay, I think Putin pal probably gives you a hint. But so I guess maybe the more liberal people have found this. I don't know if they actually get to. Oh yeah, this is another one where it's like he's suspicious. First ties to the Chinese government. I mean, like whatever. I don't put much truck in that.
I mean, we should stop because I just realized.
Me too. Yeah.
Like, I mean, I could, see. I mean, I could see like, maybe what Fergie is saying is true. Again, like, he doesn't oppose this kind of like thing in principle, obviously.
Right.
But like, like I certainly like when it comes to like, is this like something that needs to be prosecuted in like a subversive
absolutely,
way.
Like,
yeah.
That's why I'm trying to make a distinction here so that we don't
with it. Fergie, then like they're gonna come for you next, right? So I don't think
right. I doubt that he would that Fergie would want some kind of like prosecution. I don't think anybody should want anybody to get messed with by the Treasury Department for very stupid laws about traveling to Cuba. They're just like Trump put them back in the first term. They're like very ridiculous. And so anybody being prosecuted under them, honestly, is like farcical. So, yeah. But, at the same time, stay vigilant.
Yeah.
Like, it's also, it's like,
that's a good,
it's fair to ask questions if they're like good, genuine questions about like really rich people bankrolling the left. But it's not because he's like, he spoke highly of a Putin pal once, and like he loves China. It would be the that like given the nature of billionaires or centimillionaires or whatever, and like Silicon Valley rich people, the threat would be the almost the complete opposite of like he is a loyal servant of the CCP. It would be like no, he's like a CIA left. Like I'm just gonna say it.
Exactly,
it would be that he's like a CIA fake ass leftist who's there to gatekeep and control all of it and make everybody eat out of his hand, and then even get in tight with China, but then like do something sus. Like I don't know, but I'm not saying he's doing that though. But
right.
That would be more likely through historical precedent than that he's like a Manchurian billionaire or whatever that is puppeteering every leftist streamer that likes China or criticizes the U.S. empire. Because there's plenty of people doing that who've probably never heard of him before or even come close to being near $1 that he's given out. But we'll see what happens. Really, anything could happen this summer. This beautiful World Cup summer in Los Angeles, which is about to start in like a week or two. Hard to imagine a war going on, but you never know. We're in sicko times.
Yeah.
Sicko times indeed. All right. Well, we'll be back on Monday on the Patreon feed with, I believe, part 7 of Year of the Phoenix.
Word.
Getting into the deep denouement of 70s terrorists and CIA manipulation. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.